Check, check, checking mic. Test. Check mic. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Checking mic. Test.
Check one. Check one.
سالم الرواحي.
Welcome to the Oman Convention and Exhibition Center. To have a pleasant experience at the OCEC, please be aware of the safety procedures in case of emergency. The center and its facilities are designed to meet international safety standards. All emergency exits are illuminated with green signs. Please take a moment and locate the nearest emergency exit to you. In case of an emergency, an alarm flashing will alert the safety team. In that case, everyone should pay attention and listen to instructions carefully. In case you discover fire in the building, please push down the fire alarm to turn on the emergency alarm. Please be calm. In case of evacuation, it will be announced in both Arabic and English. Assembly points are allocated in the green areas opposite the main halls. You are about to embark on an interesting experience at the Oman Convention and Exhibition Center. We wish you a pleasant event.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله الذي رفع السماوات بغير عمد ترونها ثم استوى على العرش وسخر الشمس والقمر كل يجري لأجل مسمى يدبر الأمر يفصل الآيات لعلكم بلقاء ربكم توقنون. صدق الله العظيم.
الله، ما أجمل تلاوتك، وما أجمل هذا الكون الذي سخره الله لنا.
أمي، دائما ما تتحدثين عن جمال الله، فكيف تعرفين ذلك؟
لأن الله جميل يا بني، وأبدع كونا جميلا، سماء دون عمد مزينة بالنجوم والكواكب والشمس والقمر.
يقول أستاذي عن عمان، ما تقولين؟
أما عمان فهي عالم آخر، جمال وأمان. يكفي قول الرسول عليه السلام: لو أهل عمان أتيت ما سبوك وما ضربوك. عمان يا بني واحة غناء وبلد الأمن والأمان.
أريد أن أتعلم وأستكشف عمان يا أمي. إني أحلم أن أصورها من السماء.
لدي هدية لك.
أمي، أرى أمامي مجموعة من المدن العمانية.
اضغط على عروس الخليج.
عروس الخليج؟
مسقط، وأنت الآن في مطرح تحديداً، مرفأ الحكايات وسكك الأصالة. في مطرح يا بني ينثر التجار دفء كلماتهم.
أرى الآن عالماً مختلفاً عن عمان التي أعرف.
لقد عدت بالزمن قليلاً إلى الوراء، إلى نافذة التاريخ الجوي لعمان، إلى أول مطار استقبل الطائرات التي حملت الأمل والطموح في سماء الوطن، مطار بيت الفلج.
أمي، هل تم تطوير بيت الفلج؟ فأنا أشاهد مبنى ضخماً فيه أرصفة طويلة وطائرات عملاقة.
الذي تشاهده هو البوابة الحديثة لعمان، رمز النهضة والتجدد. إنه مطار مسقط الدولي، وهو تجربة بصرية ثقافية فريدة يعكس في مراياه روح عمان وشعبها.
إنها رحلة جميلة لا أريدها أن تنتهي.
لا بد من تصريح من ذلك المبنى الشامخ الذي تراه. إنه مبنى هيئة الطيران المدني، القلب النابض لسماء عمان والحارس الأمين لأجوائها. هو روح تجسد طموحات عمان في التحليق عالياً بين الأمم.
وإلى أين ستكون وجهتنا بعد أن نأخذ الإذن يا أمي؟
سنمر بجوهرة التاريخ وقلعته، حارسة الزمن، عرين الأسود.
والمسلمين تكبر.
الله أكبر. وبالحمد لله المعين رازق عباده أجمعين. باسمه وعزه نستعين، الواحد الأحد الصمد صبيان يا كبار الشيم. يواب أمنت سلطانك بدين وبعدل يا ابن الأكرمين، وغفت عيون الآمنين والضيم ولا والنكد صبيان يا كبار الشيم. يواب عمان بك ترقى تزين، رفعه وأمجاد ويقين، هيبة مقامك والعرين، عز العرب منذ الأمد صبيان يا كبار الشيم.
الله، ما أجمل أصواتهم، وكأنها نبع فلج دارس. ما هذا الجبل الشاهق؟
إنه الجبل الأشم الذي يتعمم بالسحاب. اضغط على أيقونة أخرى وحلق بنا بعيداً.
ما هذه الرائحة الزكية؟
هي رائحة المساجد وعطر المعابد ورياحين قصور الملوك في مصر القديمة وروما العظيمة.
هل هبطت أجنحتنا في مطار من مطارات العالم؟
نحن على سفوح جبال ظفار وأوديتها، حيث تتراقص أشجار اللبان على أنغام الرياح الموسمية. اشتقت إليك يا صديقتي.
حبيبتي، وظفار بوديانها الممتدة وجبالها المعانقة للسحاب ولذة شرابها ولبانها وحليبها تشتاق وتكون بين أيديكم لتريحكم من عناء السفر. بالمناسبة، هل أتعبتكم الرحلة؟
السفر إلى مدينة الضباب والرذاذ لا تعب فيه. كيف نتعب وفيكم مطار صلالة؟
صدقتِ، فمطار صلالة يفتح ذراعيه للزائرين كما يفتح العماني الأصيل قلبه لعشاق هذه الجنة، مدينة الضباب والخريف والرذاذ.
عذراً على المقاطعة، ولكن حان وقت الرحيل، فوراءنا رحلة إلى بوابة المستقبل
نحو الدقم، جوهرة عمان وهديتها للمستقبل، تفتح حضنها وبحرها وجوها للعالم. إنها تتنفس المستقبل. الدقم
مرحبا. مرحبا بكما في لؤلؤة البحر وصديقته. هل تعلم يا صغيري أن صور كانت ترسل عمان إلى العالم من خلال هذا البريد؟
وهل ما زالت صور ترسل رسائلها؟
بالطبع، حيث ترسو حكايات نسجتها أيادي ماهرة.
هيا بنا يا بني، فأمامنا رحلة طويلة إلى أرض الشمال، مروراً بصحارى العظيمة ومطارها الواعد، وصولاً إلى تاج الشمال ومقبض الخنجر العماني. مسندم، ابنة الجبال الشاهقة، قصيدة الأبدية، أخت الدلافين، حارسة البحر.
أريد أن أكمل الصورة يا أمي ليرى العالم جمال ما رأيت.
سيرونها عندما تمسكون جميعكم شعلة البناء وتواصلون المسير إلى المستقبل. ولكن يجب أولاً أن تزور هيئة الطيران المدني وتتعرف على جهودها، فمستقبل عمان في الطيران المدني هناك. والهيئة الآن تستضيف أسبوع الأمن لمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي والاجتماع الوزاري الرفيع المستوى، الذي يقام لأول مرة خارج مقر المنظمة. وتبين هذه الاستضافة المكانة الكبيرة التي تتبوأها سلطنة عمان في مجال الطيران المدني حول العالم.
هيا لنذهب فلا أطيل الانتظار.
Welcome.
Ni hao.
Bienvenidos.
La prova Jalwit.
Bienvenue.
مرحبا بكم في سلطنة عمان.
ها نحن ذا في هذا الحدث العالمي الكبير. إنها المرة الأولى التي يخرج فيها هذا التجمع من مقر منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي بالعاصمة الكندية مونتريال ليحط رحاله هنا في سلطنة عمان.
أهلاً بالعالم في العاصمة العمانية مسقط. أهلاً بأكثر من 600 مشارك من مختلف الدول الأعضاء بمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي والمنظمات والهيئات العالمية في هذا القطاع.
ويسرنا أن نرحب بمعالي سلطان بن سالم الحبسي الموقر وزير المالية راعي الحفل، وبأصحاب المعالي وكذلك بأصحاب السعادة والقادة العسكريين والأمنيين الحاضرين معنا وبجميع ضيوف سلطنة عمان.
إن وجود هذا الحدث اليوم هنا في مسقط هو تتويج للمساهمة العمانية في تعزيز أمن وتسهيلات الطيران المدني العالمي والتعاون مع منظمة ICAO وبقية الدول الأعضاء.
إنه حدث استثنائي بامتياز. سنعيش مع هذه الكوكبة الرائعة من الخبراء القادمين من كافة أنحاء العالم. من اليوم 9 إلى 12 من ديسمبر سنعيش معهم رحلة من الحوارات المثرية لقضايا حيوية تتعلق بالأمن السيبراني للطيران وحماية بنيته الأساسية من التهديدات الأمنية.
بلا شك. كيف نحقق التوازن بين الأمن والاستدامة في قطاع الطيران؟ وكيف من الممكن أن نعزز التنسيق الدولي لمواجهة التحديات الأمنية المتزايدة؟ كلها محاور يناقشها الخبراء في أسبوع الأمن لمنظمة الطيران المدني العالمي ICAO 2024 هنا في سلطنة عمان.
إنه أمر رائع. إن معالجة القضايا الحاسمة التي تؤثر على أمن الطيران العالمي غاية في الأهمية. إنه أمر يؤرق هؤلاء المختصين الحريصين على هذا القطاع المهم، يسعون لإيجاد حلول لكافة التحديات، ولا يكون ذلك إلا باتباع نهج مشترك بين الدول الأعضاء.
وأضيف هنا أيضاً أنه لضمان سلامة الركاب وأفراد طاقم الطيران لابد من تعزيز أمن الطيران والتعاون والتنسيق والاتصال الدولي وتنسيق الاستجابة للتهديدات ومناقشة وتبادل أفضل الممارسات في هذا المجال.
إذن مرحبا بكم جميعا في أسبوع الأمن لمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي 2024. ويسرنا بداية أن ندعو سعادة المهندس نايف بن علي العبري رئيس هيئة الطيران المدني بسلطنة عمان.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي سلطان بن سالم الحبسي الموقر وزير المالية، معالي إخوان كارلوس سالازار الأمين العام لمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي، معالي سلفاتوري شاكيتانو رئيس مجلس منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة والقادة العسكريون والأمنيون، ورؤساء سلطات الطيران المدني ورؤساء الوفود، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. يشرفني أن أرحب بكم جميعا هنا في سلطنة عمان ومشاركتكم لهذا الحدث العالمي المميز، ويسعدني نيابة عن منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي افتتاح النسخة الثامنة من أسبوع الأمن للمنظمة لعام 2024 الذي تستضيفه سلطنة عمان كأول دولة منذ انطلاقه في مدينة مونتريال الكندية مقر المنظمة، مشيدين بهذا التقدير العالمي الذي تحظى به سلطنة عمان نظير الجهود المبذولة لتعزيز أمن الطيران المدني العالمي. كما أعرب عن اعتزازي وتقديري بالجهود التي بذلت في هذا المحفل المهم الذي يجمعنا بهدف تعزيز التعاون وتبادل الخبرات بأفضل الممارسات الحديثة في مجال أمن الطيران ووضع خارطة طريق طويلة المدى لتعزيز منظومة أمن الطيران لجميع دول العالم. إن هذه الفعالية تجسد التزامنا الراسخ لتطوير صناعة الطيران وتعزيز معايير الأمن والسلامة الجوية في مختلف المجالات، حيث يعتبر هذا الحدث منصة رئيسة تجمع نخبة من الخبراء وصناع القرار في مجال الطيران من مختلف أنحاء العالم لمشاركة الأفكار والتجارب والتباحث حول أحدث المستجدات والابتكارات في هذا القطاع الحيوي، بما في ذلك الأمن الإلكتروني في مجال الطيران والهواجس الناشئة عنه. كما أن الأسبوع سيكون مميزاً حيث يحتفل العالم بالذكرى 80 لإنشاء منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي واليوم العالمي للطيران المدني الذي صادف 7 ديسمبر، إضافة إلى الذكرى 50 للملحق 17 لأمن الطيران. أيها الحضور الكريم، ندرك جميعاً أن أمن الطيران أمر بالغ الأهمية للتنمية المستدامة في النقل الجوي، وأن نظام الطيران القوي الآمن من شأنه أن يوفر بيئة مواتية للنمو الاقتصادي العالمي الذي سيعود بالنفع على جميع دول العالم. إن صناعة النقل الجوي هي رابط العالم، وهي عامل تمكين رئيس للتقدم الاقتصادي والتنمية البشرية، ومحفزاً للروابط السياسية والثقافية والعلاقات بين الشعوب والدول. وكجزء من هذا الحدث تم تضمين جلسة حوارية وزارية رفيعة المستوى لتأكيد ودعم التزامنا التام بتعزيز أمن الطيران والأمن السبراني، والتي ستكون بمثابة منصة للمناقشات الاستراتيجية وتحديد خارطة الطريق بشأن الطيران المدني من خلال الإعلان الوزاري الرفيع المستوى لأمن الطيران والأمن السبراني وحماية البيئة الأساسية الحيوية للطيران. أيها الحضور الكريم، تسعى سلطنة عمان أن تكون أحد الدول الرائدة في تعزيز منظومة أمن الطيران على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي، حيث حققت خطوات ملموسة في تنظيم قطاع الطيران بما يضمن سلامة وأمن المسافرين ويعزز من استقرار وأمن الأجواء الدولية. ولقد خطت خطوات كبيرة في مجال تطوير البنية الأساسية والمطارات المتقدمة وتأهيل الكفاءات العمانية البشرية وإصدار اللوائح التنظيمية المواكبة لأفضل المعايير الدولية. نتطلع خلال هذا الأسبوع الذي يضم جلسات نقاشية وورش عمل وجلسة شبابية بعنوان تمكين الشباب تحقيق التوازن بين الجنسين في أمن الطيران إلى تبادل الخبرات بين المشاركين ونقل أفضل الممارسات وفتح آفاق جديدة للشراكات التي تخدم مصالحنا المشتركة. ختاماً، أود أن أؤكد التزام سلطنة عمان بمواصلة جهودها الرامية إلى تعزيز أمن الطيران على الصعيدين الإقليمي والدولي، ونتطلع إلى أن تكون مناقشات هذا الأسبوع مثمرة وأن تسهم في تحقيق أهدافنا المشتركة في تعزيز أمن وسلامة الطيران المدني الدولي. ولا يفوتني هنا دعوتكم جميعاً لاستكشاف مكنونات عمان الحضارية والثقافية من خلال المشاركة في الزيارات لمختلف الأماكن التي تم تنظيمها بالشراكة مع وزارة التراث والسياحة مشكورة. كما لا يفوتني بأن أتقدم بالغ الشكر والتقدير إلى كل من ساهم في الإعداد لهذا الحدث من الرعاة من المؤسسات والشركات والمشاركين في المعرض وفي مختلف فعاليات هذا الحدث الكبير. أشكركم جميعاً على حضوركم ومشاركتكم، وأتمنى لكم أسبوعاً حافلاً بالنقاشات البناءة والنتائج الملموسة بما يحقق أهدافنا جميعاً في الارتقاء بقطاع الطيران على نحو عالمي. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Above the skies of Oman, the Civil Aviation Authority shines as a towering national edifice that represents one of the most important pillars of development and contributes to enhancing the Sultanate of Oman's presence on the international scene. The authority was established by Royal Decree No. 33, 2012, to be a living embodiment of the insightful vision and lofty responsibility in advancing the civil aviation sector and consolidating the position of the Sultanate of Oman as a link between the nations of the world. Since its inception, the authority has taken on essential roles, including setting regulations and legislation governing the civil aviation sector in the Sultanate of Oman, granting aviation-related licenses, and ensuring the safety of airports and the efficiency of air operations. The authority also supervises the regulation of air traffic and the development of navigation systems in line with the latest international standards, in addition to providing everything related to meteorology and early warning services for multiple hazards, from data and developing infrastructure for meteorological monitoring technologies and predictive models. Among the milestones of its distinguished journey, the authority has concluded more than 120 international agreements, which contributed to expanding the air transport network and strengthening regional and international partnerships. Meanwhile, the Sultanate of Oman, through the authority, hosted prominent regional meetings and international forums, confirming its leadership and enhancing the position of the Sultanate of Oman among countries in this vital sector. With confident steps, the Civil Aviation Authority continues to contribute to achieving sustainable development and ensuring the security and safety of air transport so that the Sultanate of Oman remains present in the sky of achievements and ambitions.
نرحب من جديد بمعالي سلطان بن سالم الحبسي وزير المالية الموقر راعي الحفل، وبأصحاب المعالي والمكرمين وأصحاب السعادة وبجميع ضيوف سلطنة عمان.
ويسعدنا أن نشير إلى أن أسبوع الأمن لمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي 2024 سيتضمن أيضاً الاجتماع الوزاري رفيع المستوى، وسنستمع كذلك إلى كلمات يقدمها كبار المسؤولين وإلى الكثير من النقاشات في هذا الحدث الكبير.
أكثر من 15 جلسة حوارية خلال الأيام المقبلة، وضمن نهج سلطنة عمان في إشراك الشباب في مختلف المجالات، ستكون هناك جلسة شبابية للاستماع لآراء الشباب حول تحديات وتطورات أمن الطيران المدني في مواجهة التهديدات الحديثة.
من الملفت أيضاً أن نشير إلى أن هذا الحدث يتزامن مع مناسبات مهمة، وهي يوم الطيران المدني الدولي الذي يوافق 7 ديسمبر، وذكرى مرور 80 عاماً على إنشاء المنظمة، و50 عاماً على إقرار الملحق 17 لاتفاقية شيكاغو.
أما الآن فسنستمع إلى كلمة منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي ICAO، ويسرنا أن نرحب بسالفاتوري شاكيتانو رئيس مجلس منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي.
Your Excellency Sultan bin Salim Al Absi, Minister of Finance, Your Excellency Engineer Said bin Ahmed Al Mawadi, Minister of Transport, Communications and Information Technology, and the Chairman of the Civil Aviation Authority of Oman, Your Excellency Engineer Naif Ali Ahmad Al Abri, President of the Civil Aviation Authority of Oman, distinguished Council of Representatives, Directors General Civil Aviation, Excellencies, good morning. As the President of the Council of ICAO, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all here in Muscat. I invite you to join me in expressing our sincere gratitude to our gracious host, the Civil Aviation Authority of Oman, for their exceptional hospitality and commitment to advancing global aviation security. Oman is known for its leadership in regional aviation security initiatives, including by chairing the Mid-Regional Aviation Security and Facilitation Group. By hosting this event, Oman is also illustrating its dynamic role and key contributions in these areas at the global scale. Several of us have been just flying from Chicago, where we celebrated the 8th anniversary of the Chicago Convention, a testament to the enduring spirit of international cooperation that has guided global aviation since 1944. This convention, signed in the closing months of the World War II, represent humanity's aspiration to achieve prosperity and peace by connecting nations by safe, secure, and now we know also sustainable services. The Convention continues to serve as the foundation of our global air transport system and the primary reason why we are all here today. But this year also marks the 50th anniversary of Annex 17 to the Convention, which has served as a fundamental international framework for assuring and enhancing aviation security since 1974. It is therefore fitting that we witness the transformation of our Global Aviation Security Symposium into a comprehensive security week this year. ICAO is deeply grateful for the generous hosting of this event by the government of Oman, which has established it to take place outside ICAO headquarters for the first time, as also was mentioned in the video before. Finally, the introduction of the first ever ministerial segment to this event is an extremely important milestone. It demonstrates that we have succeeded as an international community in elevating political commitment to aviation security to the highest levels. I wish to highlight that the ministerial segment hosted here is expected to produce a declaration that will be illustrated later on in this morning by the Secretary General that will guide our preparation work for the 42nd Assembly in 2025. This declaration, developed through the extensive collaboration with the AFSET panel and the Cybersecurity panel, and refined through the state consultation and the council review, represent our collective vision for the future of aviation security. It will drive the review of our consolidated statement on continuing policies on aviation security and strengthening our resolution on cyber security. Additionally, the second edition of the Global Aviation Security Plan will be unveiled this week. It incorporates valuable insights from our internal evaluation and the comprehensive state surveys. This new plan will serve as our roadmap for strengthening aviation security worldwide, providing strategic guidance and the practical implementation framework for our member states. And in this regard, I wish to take the opportunity to express the great appreciation of the Council for this plan. It has been well appreciated for clarity, simplicity, and effectiveness in terms of contents, and understandable also to the public. That is also important. As we convene here in Muscat, we must acknowledge that our sector faces evolving challenges that require innovative solutions. The integration of new technologies, the rise of cyber threats, and the complexity of international civil aviation network demand our continued vigilance and adaptation. Our success depends on our ability to stay ahead of emerging threats while facilitating the efficient movement of passengers and cargo. And once I have mentioned facilitation, I wish also to remind that this is the year of facilitation. And I wish also to remind that facilitation is the other side of the coin of security. And the two activities must proceed hand by hand. In this sense, for example, the extension of connectivity involving more states is rising in attention to the need to extend one-stop security arrangements. And this is an important issue that I wanted to recommend everybody. one-stop security arrangement is something that is related very much to facilitation, notwithstanding it's part of Annex 9, not of part of Annex 17. So I wish to recommend to continue to take in consideration that security and facilitation must go hand by hand, and to make progress with, for example, one-stop security arrangements is important to support facilitation. Now, the Middle East region will play an important role in the global response to the several challenges. The recent achievements of the Middle Eastern states illustrated the strength of their cooperation and their ability to lead with an impressive 75.92% effective implementation rate of ICAO USAP audited security standards. And this high level is again a justification why we can talk about one-stop security. I would equally like to highlight that this region leads globally in ICAO AFSEC instructors and the PMC professionals, demonstrating the power of capacity building and regional cooperation. The effectiveness of these collaboration efforts is reflected in the absence of a significant security concern for this region. Indeed, we have witnessed a remarkable progress through the Cooperative Aviation Security Program for the Middle East. In 2024 alone, 18 capacity building activities benefited 438 participants across 12 member states. The enhanced coordination between states in capacity building activities has strengthened our collective security framework and demonstrates our collective commitment to realizing the ambitions of the ICAO's No Country Left Behind, formerly called Initiative, and now part of the 6 strategic objectives of the strategic plan of ICAO. The FAL Global Summit in Riyadh, the regional API PNR seminar in Cairo, and the numerous other specialized meetings and training sessions that have taken in the Middle East this year have also highlighted the region's leadership and have been key to enhancing states' understanding and implementation of advanced passenger information systems and the passengers' name record data requirements. Taken together, all these efforts is much more than just an opportunity for celebration. It prompts to reflect on the progress and the achievements and inspires us to be ambitious and confident as we face the opportunities and challenges on the horizon. The founders of ICAO and those that wrote the Chicago Convention could hardly have imagined the complexity of today's aviation environment, autonomous systems, cybersecurity challenges, space-based technologies, not to mention the billion of passengers we transport without incident. Yet, in this 80th anniversary, the principles they've established remain as relevant as ever. And those principles will remain as relevant as ever. But let's remind that the continuous increase of traffic will pose challenges. This region will increase in terms of growth rate, the double than North America, and approximately 50% more than Europe in the next 5 days. Not to mention that the traffic will reach, by the end of 2050, approximately 12 billion passengers. Currently, we have 4.5 billion passengers, presumably in 2024. The increase of traffic, the increase of passengers, the increase of growth in some regions will trigger challenges. But I'm sure that this region is well prepared as other regions, and we must be able to address these challenges in a continuous with the principles and the vision of the founders of the Chicago Convention. So this week presents an additional and exceptional opportunity to shape the future of aviation security. Through our discussions, shared experiences, and the collective commitment, we will strengthen the foundation of global aviation security for generations to come. I look forward to our productive discussions and thank you all for your dedication. Thank you very much for your attention.
حفلنا الكريم جهود كبيرة وتعاون مثمر بين هيئة الطيران المدني في سلطنة عمان ومنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي في تنظيم هذا الحدث. رعاة ومساهمون جعلوا من هذا التجمع أكثر تميزاً، فشكراً جزيلاً لهم.
إذن نود أن نشكر الرعاة وزارة التراث والسياحة، نوتك كومباني ليميتد، سكيوربورت، العنقاء للقضاء والتكنولوجيا، وطيران السلام.
الآن يسرنا دعوة معالي سلطان بن سالم الحبسي الموقر وزير المالية راعي الحفل، وبمعيته سعادة المهندس نايف بن علي العبري رئيس هيئة الطيران المدني للتكرم على المنصة. حيث تقدم سلطنة عمان هدية لرئيس مجلس منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي معالي سيلفاتوري شاكيتانو. كما يسر هيئة الطيران المدني بسلطنة عمان بهذه المناسبة أن تقدم هدية لمعالي سلطان بن سالم الحبسي وزير المالية على رعايته لهذا الحفل، يقدمها سعادة المهندس نايف بن علي العبري رئيس الهيئة.
إنها بداية رائعة لأسبوع الأمن لمنظمة الطيران المدني العالمي ICAO 2024، توجت بها الحضور الكبير الذي أسعدنا كثيراً.
هي كذلك بالفعل. نشكر معالي سلطان بن سالم الحبسي الموقر وزير المالية على رعاية هذا الحفل. شكرا لأصحاب المعالي، شكرا لأصحاب السعادة وجميع القادة الحاضرين، شكرا لكم جميعا، وأهلا وسهلا بضيوف سلطنة عمان مجددا في العاصمة العمانية مسقط وفي كافة ولايات سلطنة عمان. الآن ندعو معالي راعي الحفل وأصحاب المعالي والسعادة والضيوف الأعزاء لزيارة المعرض المصاحب لهذا الحدث، كما ندعو جميع المشاركين التكرم بالبقاء 5 دقائق قبل بدء الاستراحة إن شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا لكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Listen. Listen. It's the beauty of Oman. The pure power of nature. Listen. It's the sounds of Oman. The sounds of our unique cultural heritage. Our tradition. Our music. Our people. Our hospitality. Sound of togetherness. The sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Our vision.
Good morning, everyone. Please feel free to grab some coffee that is made available in the hall that's on the right of this hall. So once you exit the hall, to your right, there's some coffee for all of you. Thank you, and we will begin with the first session shortly.
check. Testing 1. Check. Testing 1. Check. Checking mic. Test. Check 1, 2. Okay. Checking mic. Test.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. We will shortly begin. We hope you're feeling refreshed after that coffee break. We will begin in approximately 2 to 3 minutes. So we kindly ask that you all get seated. Again, we please ask that you all proceed to your seats so that we can begin with the first session of this conference. Thank you.
Check 1 2.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a great coffee break, and I hope you all enjoyed the performance we put on during the opening ceremony. Before we officially begin the conference, I'd like to take a moment to go over a few important details. Firstly, I'll just wait a moment for some of the guests to get seated. All right, let's begin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've all enjoyed your coffee break and the performance we put on during the opening ceremony. Before we officially begin the conference, I'd like to take a moment to go over a few important details. Firstly, I'd like to let you know that the remainder of the conference will be conducted mainly in English. However, translators and interpreters are available for 6 different languages, so please don't hesitate to use the services if you need them. There's a desk located at the back that will provide the service for you. Next, I would like to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors. Without them, this event would not have been possible. Our strategic partner, the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism, has been instrumental in supporting this conference. We'd also like to thank our gold sponsors, Nuktek and Secure Report, and our silver sponsor, Anka, and our bronze sponsor, Salam Air. Your contributions are truly valuable. Thank you for your support. Now, regarding today's logistics, for day 1 and 3, all sessions will be held right here in this hall, the Muscat Hall. However, during the day 2 sessions, they will take place in 3 additional halls. So please keep this in mind as you plan your schedules according to the symposium program. It's also important to note that the interpretation services will only be available in Muscat Hall and Salalah Hall. We'll make sure to pause briefly after each session to give you time to move to the appropriate hall for the next sessions. Finally, I want to assure you that medical assistance is available on site if anyone requires medical attention. We have medical room that's right there at the back of the hall, along with a doctor and nurses. So they're ready to assist you. Please don't hesitate to reach out if needed. With that, let's delve into the conference program, and I hope you have a productive and inspiring day. We are now ready to begin our first session of the day, titled Flying Tomorrow, Enhancing Aviation Security for a Sustainable Future. This session will delve into the critical contributions of security to the sustainability of the aviation industry, exploring innovative approaches that can drive progress towards a more environmentally conscious aviation sector. We aim to ensure the resilience of civil aviation's critical infrastructure against both existing and emerging threats. To begin, we have the honor to have a fireside discussion with Ms. Lisa J. Setlakwi, Assistant Deputy Minister of Safety and Security at Transport Canada. Lisa Setlakwi has served as Assistant Deputy Minister of Safety and Security at Transport Canada since 2022, where she oversees the development and oversight of regulations and standards to support safety and security in air, marine, rail, and road transportation. Lisa previously served as the Assistant Secretary to the Cabinet Operations, Social Development Policy at the Privy Council Office, and the Senior Assistant Deputy Minister of the Strategy and Innovation Policy Sector at Innovation, Science, and Economic Development Canada. This fireside discussion is facilitated by Mr. Mohammed Khalifa Rahma, the Director of the Air Transport Bureau at the International Civil Aviation Organization. Mr. Mohammed Khalifa Rahma assumed his current role in April 2020, bringing a wealth of experience and expertise in the global aviation sector. Prior to this appointment, he served as the Regional Director of ICAO's Middle East Regional Office from 2016, where he played a pivotal role in strengthening regional and international collaboration in the aviation industry. As Director of the Air Transport Bureau, Mr. Rahma oversees a wide range of global aviation domains, including air transport, aviation security, and facilitation and environmental protection. Please join me in welcoming both Ms. Lisa and Mr. Mohammed who are currently on stage. Let's give them a round of applause. For this fire discussion, we are delighted to welcome them. Audio text, can we please switch on the mics? The speakers' handheld mics, please. Thank you. Can we please switch on the microphones for the speakers on stage?
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello? Now it's okay. Thank you. Hello? Yeah? Hello?
1, 2. Here.
Hello? Yeah, that works fine. So good morning, Excellencies, Director General, distinguished council members, delegates. I thought that I'm spending my 20 minutes on stage testing the mics, but now we're working. I'm really happy today to be with Lisa Setlakwi, Assistant Deputy Minister for Security and Safety in Transport Canada. We'll have a short discussion to kick off the discussions for the day. And me and Lisa are living in Montreal, so we're happy to escape the winter and the snow. So the snow is left behind right now. And we're happy to enjoy the Omani weather, and I wish to thank Oman for hosting us for today. I know that Lisa, from her impressive CV, is also taking very tough decisions, but she has a lot of expertise and knowledge about innovation and aviation security and using science and technology as well. We will delve into the discussion directly because we have no time. And my first question to Lisa is about your impression being here in Oman, having this big crowd discussing aviation security and cybersecurity, which is something that is dear to our heart, and we need to have more focus into that going forward, taking into account what the President of the Council was mentioning, the growth of air transport and the tripling of the number of passengers in the next 25 years. So first of all, your impression about being here in that event, and also your expectation from this event. Over to you, Lisa.
Thank you, Mohammed, and good morning, everyone, and so pleased to be here. It's actually my first time in the Middle East, and so anyways, I'm really enjoying being here, really enjoying the weather. As you've said, I think we left just in time because there was a snowstorm hitting our region. So I think having the conference here and outside of Montreal, it helps us to gain a perspective from a different part of the world. I expect that it enables a lot of people who might not normally join us in Montreal to be able to participate. And if we look around the room, I think we can all agree that people have come from all over the place. And we were able to do that because we are able to rely on a secure system. But that system is always fragile. And we can never forget that, which is why we're all here. We are continuously dedicated to that. And we need to constantly be meeting to understand what the new risks are, what the new threats are. When I do what I do on a day basis, the reality for me is that the landscape is evolving. It's becoming more complex, and it's broader in scope. It's not. There used to be a kind of a more traditional risk landscape. That's not the case anymore. And then the other thing I would say is that the people that are involved in the conversation are also a larger number of stakeholders, and we need to be bringing them to the table as well. So I'm really pleased to be here. The number of sessions that are on the agenda related to youth and cybersecurity, innovation and technology, I think those are truly the right topics. I love the notion of the year facilitation. You mentioned in previous work for me, I spent 10 years working in industrial and economic development policy, and we strive for a secure and a safe aviation sector because it's an economic foundation to all of our economies. So we've got to find the right balance for those two to exist.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I agree with you, that sense of vulnerability that we're having, which make us going and do more, because we know that there are bad actors out there. They are waiting for these vulnerabilities to infringe our systems being secure. And I think, as you said, if the whole world is not secure, no one is secure. So if you are really securing your border, but your people and your aircraft are touring the world. So we have to ensure that the globe is a secure place for us to fly. Leaving a bit the professional side and maybe talking about the passenger side of us, which is a personal side. We are all traveling. How many times have you been frustrated going through security at airports? And when you have this frustration, what do you think at that time? Do you think that this is like necessary, or really the frustration doesn't explain the bad experience that you can go through? The President of the Council was mentioning that facilitating passengers is the other side of the coin. So how do you feel as a passenger, not as a government official?
It's hard to separate the two when you're in the business, but I will try. So I actually think, as a passenger, I think we're past the why do I have to do this. I think, though, what people get frustrated with is why do I do this here and I don't do it over there? And what they don't like is the unpredictability. They don't like that it's different from one place to the next. I think we've still got a lot of work to do to get there, but that also is why all of us coming together and looking at the way things are done from one place to the next and trying to standardize that to the extent possible actually makes the journey way more seamless, and people understand what the expectations are of them. So I do have frustrations, but I truly feel this way. I'm happy to do it, to go through the security steps, because I know what it creates, this confidence, and allows people to feel safe when they're traveling. And I think we are past the if I have to do this, it's more how I need to do it. I can tell you in Canada, the passenger experience is a very hot topic, whether that be flight delays, which I experienced on my way here, or that the screening process, or whatever the case may be. That is, we need to strike the right balance without foregoing the critical aspects of security.
Thank you, Lisa. I think I have the same time. When I go through security, I always think of the processes, how this process is done, and I'm spending my time contemplating what can be done better. And I think aviation security at major airports, I never recall that I went through an airport and become very frustrated with aviation security, because I think it's a very important process that we're going through, and thinking of the value that those guys are adding to our travel and the safe travel that we have been granted because of these aviation security professionals. That's something we have to cherish and not to be frustrated about. But you know, we've noticed after COVID that so many airports have challenges finding the professionals, the necessary professionals enough to manage the processes in airports. And we have also a challenge of the next generation of aviation professionals. We know that with the expansion that we have, we will need a huge number of aviation professionals, of course, including aviation security professionals. So we'll need more than 700 pilots, more than 1 million cabin crew, we need more than 130,000 ATC, but we need more than 500,000 aviation security professionals to make sure that we are managing this growth in a safe and secure way. How can we encourage the young generations to join that profession, which is really a very important process in the aviation?
You're right that COVID did cause a lot of chaos. A lot of organizations had to lay off a bunch of people, and many of those people ended up leaving the sector altogether and not returning. So in some ways there was a ton of catching up that needed to happen. I think we have made some progress, but the reality is that the industry is competing against many other industries. As you heard, part of my portfolio includes the other modes of transportation as well. They have the same challenges. They are looking for the right people in the right jobs. I think what we need to be doing, and you know, I don't know if there's a compendium of best practices that we need to pull together as you know, as members of ICAO, that help inform what is working, bringing people into the sector, bringing attention to the sector. A lot of the work, the good work that I see, in some ways is quite grassroots. It starts with small local organizations that invite students that are in high school and, you know, bring them to a hangar or bring them to a simulator or whatever, whatever the case may be. So I think recruitment is hugely important. And then training, again, one of the positives of COVID is that we all learned that we can do our jobs in different ways. We don't have to do everything in person. We can learn at a distance and online. And I think that we need to leverage that to train people. And then the third thing I would say is that increasingly what we do is technology-based, whether it's actually working with the technology or informing what we do through the use of data and intelligence. So actually the people that we're looking for, there's a different profile of people that we're looking for to enable what I think is the next generation of how we're going to be managing and mitigating the security risks. So I think we've got to have a broader catchment. But again, this is one of those areas where we've got to bring a lot of stakeholders together. It's not just ICAO member states or organizations in the aviation business. It's the, you know, in the case of Canada, provinces and territories, schools, universities. Everybody's got to be contributing to bringing people to the sector, because again, it's an enabling economic industry that everyone has to be supporting in order to find the right people.
Thank you, Lisa. Indeed, we need to work with a number of stakeholders. And I would like also to repeat what has been announced, that there is a dedicated session on youth and aviation security. I think it will be an interesting one because the new generation are more open to use of technology, use of science, and they can help us a lot and increase our resilience. But also continuing this discussion on the gender equality thing. You are an aviation professional who is female. I see a lot of female council members here. And also my team, you know, the aviation security policy section chief is a female, and she has a number of aviation professionals which are female. But this is not the case in different parts of the world. So how can we encourage more female to add to the resilience of our aviation security globally and to tap on that resource that are not used in different parts of the world?
So that is, it is the ultimate challenge. So let me first start by saying that, and you've noted it, we have a lot already of incredible leaders in positions that are paving the way, that are role models and taking leadership in order to advance this. So I think that's, if I were to say, you know, what is one step that everyone can do, it's really one person at a time. And it's putting people in those leadership positions that will inspire others to actually join the aviation sector. And let's not forget that, of course, pilots, super important, and we know that the percentage of women in those positions is really low, but it's the whole sector. You've got AMEs, people in the security space, engineers in our organization to support the work that we do, and this is just our government department. We have chemists, we have doctors, engineers, pilots, and I'm certainly forgetting some. But we deliberately identify females to take those positions. And it just starts one position at a time. And it means, though, that you have to commit. And you've got to put those people in leadership positions because the rest follows. I can't tell you how many times young women have come up to me and said, it is so inspiring for me to see a woman in a senior leadership position. It means that it can be done. I'm a mother, I'm married, I have 2 children, and I have been able to have a career and achieve a senior level position while being able to have a family. It can be done, and that's something people need to see, because unless they see people in those positions, they don't believe that it's an achievable thing. So I think the other part of what we do, we have a number of organizations in Canada who, again, goes back to my grassroots, where they are trying to promote more women in sometimes it's just technical fields, but sometimes it's in particular in the aviation field, and we have to support those organizations financially or symbolically, or be there to speak at their events. Those are the kinds of things that make the difference. And then again, reaching women, young women, when they are in that point in their life where they're making decisions about where their career is likely to be taking them, that's when we have to get to them. So it's again, it takes a number of people in the ecosystem to be working together towards that.
Yeah, indeed, we have been encouraged, of course, by the United Nations values of empowering women, and we are an ICAO. We have a lot of support from our council to recruit women, especially in the senior positions, and our Secretary General is here, and he reminds us every time of this value. And I can tell you, the past 4 years, the women I recruited in my bureau, they rock. Honestly, they excel in everything. And one of our director generals in the region here in the Middle East once asked me, why do you think women are better leaders? And the simple answer I said, because they practice leadership every day at home while we don't. So indeed, that's a resource that we have to use in all aspects of aviation, but especially with aviation security. They have this photogenic memory that they cannot escape anything unchecked. So we'd better use them, especially in aviation security.
But Mohammed, at home, it's not leadership, it's dictatorship.
It's dictatorship, I can agree. Just to put it more clear. My wife is not here, so I can speak freely. So we have one last question, just to wrap up. We leave the time for the next session, which is, you might be aware that in our new strategic plan that we're developing in ICAO and approved by the Council, we have upgraded the concept of no country left behind to a strategic goal. So how this concept can lead to more resilient aviation security ecosystem, especially when we have here in the room a lot of donor states who are really helping us with this initiative by either in-kind contribution or financial contribution to make sure that we're doing enough assistance to our member states globally.
Thank you. I think it always goes back to, you know, the overall system only works if everyone is able to work at the same level. And so we have to work together to support those that maybe have a little bit more work to do. And I meaningfully believe that if we all do our part in helping each other, that this is totally achievable. And we do. We've done a number of sessions. We've done support sessions on safer skies. We've you know, offered up training sessions for different states, and that's just us. There are others that are doing the same, and so collectively it can be done. And it gets back to what I was saying earlier, which is that we all traveled here, and none of us worried about doing that. And the reason, excuse me, we were able to do that is because we have been able to build a system where everyone is operating at a level that creates this confidence and efficiency. When we're talking about the facilitation, this is what we have to achieve. If there's different levels in different parts of the world, we can't be as efficient. And it's an economic investment that we're making. This is, our economies depend on a resilient and efficient transportation system, and that's what this creates. So I think it's a fantastic commitment that we've all made as member states, and I think it can be done.
I like that very much. It's an investment. Really, it is an investment in making everyone safe and secure. Ladies and gentlemen, we run out of our time. Please, a round of applause to Lisa. Thank you, Lisa, very much for joining us, kicking off this discussion. And then we hand over to our MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Setlakwe and Mr. Rahma for that discussion. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, following that fireside discussion, we will move on to our panel discussion, which will be moderated by Ms. Patricia Reverde, the Executive Secretary of the European Civil Aviation Conference. Ms. Patricia Reverde has over 20 years of experience in civil aviation and currently leads the ECAC's coordination for international meetings and events. She manages the implementation of the ECAC's work program, in particular on economic and legal matters, as well as security and facilitation. Additionally, she supports the activation of the ECAC expert group on accident investigations. In all these fields of activity, Ms. Reverde leads the work among ECAC 44 member states and contributes to various international groups. Prior to joining them in 2001, she worked for the Swiss Federal Office of Civil Aviation as an aviation security audit and assistance officer. Please join me in welcome Ms. Patricia Reverde, who will now moderate the next panel discussion.
Morning, everyone. Yes, I can hear. Welcome to this first panel session. Welcome everyone and joining us with our panel members. In the interest of time, I will not do a very, very long introduction, and I will not also present our esteemed speakers for this session. You can talk to them after the session, more on a bilateral basis. They're all famous. You all know them from the aviation community. You can see some of them on the screen, and we should also have a second slide to present the rest of the panel. So like this, you have the whole panel together. What is very good for this panel is that we have different people with different perspectives coming from 4 different continents. So I count on them to bring different views on our aviation security domain. For this session, we will be talking essentially about sustainability. In ICAO, we often talk about sustainability, but essentially this is about environment, economic and social sustainability. So now let's see what sustainability means for the aviation security community. And we have together prepared a number of questions split between the different panelists, and it will take us about an hour to go through, and then you will have a well-deserved coffee break. So I will start with the first question. Because somebody this morning mentioned that the world has changed, and our world is changing faster now than ever in the past. The world of 5 years ago is not the world of even yesterday. So I would like to ask Bernard, maybe, if you can start with sharing your views with us on what do you think are key non-security challenges that affect our aviation security system and how the world is different for us now.
Thank you, Patricia. Good morning, Excellencies. First, thank you for inviting me to this panel here, and I think this is a great event to be. To your question on a non-security challenge for aviation security, I would first like to start simply by saying that 2 days ago, we celebrated the 80th anniversary of ICAO. And this year, we celebrate 50 years of aviation security, Annex 17, and we celebrate facilitation. And in the crowd here, I'm sure, other than the few who walked to Muscat, most of you flew by plane. Ladies and gentlemen, the big non-security challenge to aviation security is growth. 12 billion people was what President of the ICAO estimated through his sources who will be flying in the year 2050. The aircraft manufacturers tell us that they predict 42,000 new aircraft deliveries in about 2040. And what are we talking about when we talk about growth? There is no country that will be left behind for aviation. There is no country that doesn't want the aviation sector to stagnate. Everyone wants aviation to succeed. And for aviation to succeed, it comes with very good reasons. We are talking about, let me give you some figures that I took from some studies. 87 million jobs worldwide. 11 million direct jobs worldwide. 3.5 trillion US dollars global GDP, 58% of international tourism, 6 trillion US dollars worth of goods accounting for 35% of world trade by value. Ladies and gentlemen, growth of aviation supports growth of the global economy and the other way around. To protect all that and to make it secure, the aviation security community and its stakeholders must be prepared to be able to support this growth. There will be expectations of passengers, goods, baggage, and people, especially, to move faster at checkpoints. There will be expectations that we are more efficient, we support facilitation, and we make aviation security to the best possible and sensible level to support this growth. And with that, it comes with investment, it comes with political will, it comes with choices, it comes with decisions. And to support all that, my just quick second non-security challenge is political will. We need political will. Without political will, everyone down the line, whether are you regulator or stakeholder, you won't move very far. Because political will decides on a number of things. Domestically, get our act together. Internationally, let's cooperate. So I'll stop there, and I hope that provides a kickoff to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Political will. For me, it means also, is aviation security recognized as a priority? So is it a strategic priority for all of us as organization and as states? So let me ask a question to Ms. Barry. How can we prioritize aviation security in our structures and have a more cultural priority and cultural security embedded into our organization? What do you think?
Thank you. I think aviation security is one of those areas where you really need to understand the dynamics that you're dealing with. The previous speaker mentioned that it's a very fragile piece of architecture that you're dealing with. So in order for us to really think about sustainable aviation security, we need to be consistent with our risk assessments. There needs to be a wider state security collaboration when it comes to assessing our needs and when it comes to developing the relevant activities to make sure that our airports are secure. I'd like to also mention that when we're talking about aviation security, we're talking about trying to prevent intentional actions. And it's very hard to determine someone's intentions. So activities such as behavioral detection, activities such as constant training and intelligence sharing is really the key in having long-term sustainable development of policies in that regard. I'd also like to mention that when it comes to aviation security, we have to pay close attention to our human resource. As much as we're moving towards automation and having the technology play a huge role in making sure our journeys are secure, we have a human resource that plays a huge role in performing key aviation security functions. So we must pay close attention to their training and also factors that affect the work environment. And lastly, I just want to mention about the level of unpredictability in the operation. We, unfortunately, unlike areas of safety, have to have an element of randomness and unpredictability to make sure that our measures are not easily compromised and that they can be robust enough to mitigate the threats that we're dealing with today.
Thank you very much for this. Dave, what do you think?
Well, thanks, and I appreciate the comments that were just made. I would add a couple of other things to it. One is, I think it needs to be very clear what the mission of the organization is, and it can't be a mission statement that's 4 paragraphs long. It has to be fairly tight, fairly concise. For example, in TSA, our mission statement is very simple: protect the transportation system and facilitate the movement of people and cargo. It's very tight, very simple. I think when you look at a mission statement, then you have to think about your vision for the organization, because that's going to prioritize, to the point everyone's made, the culture and how people respond within that organization. What we say in our vision statement is very importantly, the first word is critically important, an agile security agency. So agility is critical in all the work that we do, whether it's on the safety or the security side. So an agile security agency embodied by a professional workforce that works closely with its partners and the public to secure the transportation system. So again, very clear and sets very clear priorities. I think once you have a clear mission, a clear vision, and you've identified the core values which help define culture, it helps define the decisions you make when you hire someone, it helps define decisions you make when you reassign someone, that once you have those elements in place, then you get to an organizational chart, an organizational diagram, not before. Because really your organizational diagram, in my view, ought to be what executes on your strategy. And so to me, it's a little bit less about boxes, more about what's strategically articulated. The other thing that I think is very important for organizations overall, particularly in this day and age when we're used to very short soundbite bursts of communication. And I look at taglines, for example. And so for ICAO, a tagline for ICAO, I think that would be very powerful, and I know is largely included in the new ICAO strategy under development, is safe and secure skies, sustainable future. Super easy. It's got the 2 key words, safety, security, and the enabler, sustainability, all in there. So I think clarity, simplicity, repetition, and then really executing on that as you go forward. So I would just offer those things, but underpinning all of it is the culture of the organizations. And I would commend ICAO. We had the Year of Security Culture just 2 years ago, really reminded everybody of, hey, what it means to be a member of a security organization, to work with other security organizations across the globe, so that we get to the vision that Bernard talked about, that we have a system that is operating at a high level of performance, is able to respond to the threats that we see. And as I see it, I've been now the TSA administrator for a little over 7 years. The threats we face today are in part similar to the threats we faced for a long time, but we've got new ones that are out there. We've got a cybersecurity threat that's significant. We've got an air cargo security threat that's significant. We have an unruly passenger issue that we all need to work on. There are just so many things that we need to focus on, that we really need to have that clarity and that ability to coordinate and align across the board around the globe, like ICAO enabled us to do. Thanks.
Thank you for that. So if we all agree, here it is in this panel, and I hope in the room as well, that security is a priority with equal footing with safety, although very, very different because this is based on intel. The second element, and it was mentioned by a previous speaker this morning, is the need to invest. Invest in people, in our people, and also invest in technology. So, Dave, if I may continue with you on this, how do our states invest in new technology and make sure that this technology that we are investing can be sustained over time?
No, thank you. And if I could just to continue what I was talking about a minute ago, there are three key enablers to strategy. First one is people. The second one is our partnerships across the board. None of us can do this alone. It's partnerships on a global scale, partnerships on a local scale that make it all work. And the third is technology. With respect to technology, I think that is a great enabler and really a way that for us as a community, we can respond to the surging demand for air travel that we're seeing around the globe. In the United States, just this past holiday weekend, our Thanksgiving holiday weekend, so a week ago Sunday, we screened 3 million passengers in our security checkpoint, the highest number we've ever screened in our history. And if you look at the past 2 years of United States travel data, we've increased the number of passengers transiting our system by 17% in 2 years. It's an incredible rate of growth. We cannot grow our workforce by that number, nor should we want to. We need to find technology as a way to do three key things. Technology should first and foremost make ourselves more effective at security. That's the number one thing from a technology perspective, is to be more effective at security. The second is it ought to be more efficient. And the third is it ought to return a passenger convenience, a passenger value. When I look at technology investments for the United States, if it doesn't hit those three things, effectiveness, efficiency, passenger experience, I don't buy it. It has to have a significant positive benefit in all three of those dimensions. Now, we're doing a lot of work, though, to make that technology investment more effective for every one of us in this room. One of the things we're working on very closely with Patricia and her ECAC team is how do we agree on a common testing methodology across as many countries as we can possibly get to agree to that common testing methodology. Because if we're testing the same way, we can compare results and we can make decisions based off of similar data, which is really the only way to make decisions across partners that might have a bit of a different perspective on technology solutions. So the first is a common testing methodology. The second would be we should have, in my view, a common set of standards for technology performance. For example, when we're looking at an X-ray machine, what do we want that X-ray machine to be able to detect? At what probability of detection, at what false alarm rate? And those should be standards that we align to a much greater degree than we currently have them aligned. We've done a lot of terrific work on this over the last several years, and I'm looking forward to continuing it going forward. But if you think of those two things, common testing, common standards, what that will allow us to do is to broaden the marketplace for technology investments. I think it's important that as buyers, and every one of us in this room is a buyer to some degree, we either influence the buy decision or we directly buy the technology ourselves. What I want is more choice, I want more competition, and I want a better product. And I also want to be able to separate the buying of the hardware from the updates that we achieve through software improvements over time. Now, all of us are starting to move towards the computer tomography or CT X-ray technology. What I think is a very beneficial thing to do is to be able to issue a tender and say, hey, I want to buy this technology and I want to buy the operating system for this technology. I will bid separately for the detection software that goes with it. And again, ideally based on common testing methodology and common standards across the board. If you think about what I said a minute ago about agility being so important in a security organization, let's say, for example, I have a new threat that I'm facing. Rather than go through a manual screening process, I can actually bid separately an enhancement to the software detection algorithms in the technology if I set it up that way, and get a much quicker technology solution, avoid the manual part that goes into it with all of the screening workforce, and really get more effectiveness, more efficiency, and a better customer experience out of it because there are fewer and fewer manual steps. And so the last thing to kind of wrap it all together is, for us, when we're buying technology now, we are requiring the vendors to submit bids that are open architecture compliant, which means that the hardware technology produces a data field that's standardized, no matter which manufacturer we're dealing with. It also has a standardized communications platform so that when it transmits that data field, it's transmitting it in a standardized format, which means that we can compete more globally. Software improvements, rather than waiting for 3 or 4 years, collecting all the improvements we want to make and then just doing one big improvement. We should really be able to be making software improvements, in my view, within maybe 3 months or less, if we can possibly do that. It would make us much more efficient overall, much more effective, and reduce the manual process, which I think passengers would appreciate because it puts less of the burden on them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this, and sure, like the harmonization of performance standards for security equipment, the way we test is high on the priority of many of us in this room. But we also live in a world where resources are limited, where our industry is under very strong economic pressure, and not everybody has necessarily the same level of resources. So how do we prioritize in this kind of environment, Sarah? What do you think?
Thanks for that difficult question, Patricia. So I think there are a couple of things. I think it's, no matter, completely agree with what the administrator said about technology. I think it's really easy when we start talking about prioritization or investment to only think about technology. There are an awful lot of steps that we can all take that are really simple. We saw that through the year of ICAO's Year of Security Culture. There are really small, low-cost steps that we can all take that improve the security. So I'd caution everybody just thinking it's about significant investments, although that is really important as well for all the reasons that the administrator set out. I think from what Bernard was saying and everybody's said so far, the partnership element is really important. So whether that's partnerships with industry, with our operators, with our airlines, with our international partners through the work that we do with yourselves in ECAC or through ICAO, understanding where we bring those different perspectives to bear, but also where we have best practice that we can share so people aren't, I don't know if this is a global term, reinventing the wheel, so that we have got information that we can share around the piece. I think ultimately though, as I think Lisa said in the previous session, this is a cost of doing business. This is an economic, the growth, the importance of the aviation sector to us all individually and also globally. The cost of not doing security properly means that we have to do security properly. So CrowdStrike is a really good example from a couple of months ago, although sort of not nefarious. That showed the impact that the connectivity of the global sector, far better to spend up front to mitigate those significant economic costs, let alone the lack of trust and faith that people will have in aviation, God forbid something happens. And I think that's a nuance for me anyway, personally, the difference between some of the safety and security responsibilities. Security is a host state responsibility. That is all of our responsibilities in a slightly different way to safety, which often there are other partners involved where the responsibilities lie. When it comes to security, that's on us, that's on all of us in this room, in the partnerships that we build. So I think in terms of prioritizing, as Bernard said, there's political will, and I think it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that we are talking about the threats that we face, that are enduring, that are evolving, that are diversifying, with the political side, also talking with our partners and with our industry where we can, and broadening out that from the traditional people that we might have previously spoken to, so it's the entire sector. And bluntly, it's about playing your audience. If the thing that is going to moat somebody is going to be economics, talk to them in economic terms, talk to them in financial terms. If in our worlds, if you're a national security community, talk about the threats that we're facing and what you're seeing. And I think it's about that. I think the prioritization, final point, I think the prioritization point is really important. There is a lot of support out there through the Annex 17, through the Threat and Risk Working Group that I think the US are currently chairing, that helps people make those prioritization choices. But I think that is a challenge that we're all going to face as we go forward. And I think my call to arms for all of us would be, the threat is not going away. So what is our future work plan for security collectively, so that we can really tackle some of the challenges that we're going to be facing, so that we're prioritizing that collectively, as well as individually with our own operating systems, but what are those global challenges that we're all going to collectively work together?
Thank you. In ICAO, we talk quite a lot about diversity and inclusion, but with diversity and inclusion, you also have the concept of equity. And I think we all have to recognize that we don't all come from the same place with the same level of resources, and there are some adjustments that are needed to imbalances. So I was wondering, Mona, if you could provide us some of your views on what is the role that capacity building can play in order to address these imbalances and help enhance the global resilience of our security system?
Good start. Hello. Thank you very much, Patricia. Very pleased to be here as well on behalf of DG Mobility and Transport of the European Commission. Perhaps before I answer your question, I just wanted to link back to Lisa's last question about gender equality and getting women into transport. And I think this panel is actually a very nice portrait of women being present in transport and in aviation security. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you very much for your question, which refers, of course, first of all, to the importance of resilience of aviation and what role capacity building can play. I mean, I first wanted just to say that in the European Union, resilience has really become the key consideration for our aviation security policy. I mean, we all know that we need to work with prevention, protection, and so on, but that's not the whole part of the picture. We know that we cannot protect ourselves to 100%, so we need to have a holistic approach to our aviation security, and we need to strengthen the resilience of the whole system in a holistic approach. It has also been mentioned here already. I mean, resilience and aviation security measures cannot stop at our borders. I mean, we have aviation system, it's a global interconnected system. We need to work together in this community to raise aviation security across the board. What I wanted to refer to in response to this question and in relation to resilience is the importance of security culture. This is something that Sarah already mentioned. This is something that we really are pursuing. We would like to take forward both in our own organization, of course, and in collaboration with the partners. Here in the previous session already we heard about the reflections around the workforce, the need that we first of all attract people to the aviation security workforce. That is, of course, the starting point. It was also referred to the fact that we need new skills in our aviation security workforce. We are facing new threats. We have to work with new technologies, and also we have new issues that are that we need to address, like cybersecurity. So we also need an upskilling of our workforce through training and also capacity building. As said, how can we then reduce imbalances between all of our countries? I mean, this is really a challenge, and that's why ICAO's work is so important, that we have the minimum standards through Annex 17 and so on that we can all use as a basis. For us, capacity building is really a key answer to this question. The European Union and the Commission, we really stand behind the no country left behind principle. I mean, this was also mentioned by the president of ICAO Council in the beginning. From the EU side, we are very pleased to contribute to this. We are having a current program called Case 2, where we are working with beneficiary partners in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. This is a program also which you, Patricia, your organization is helping us to deliver. And this is for us really one example on how we can collaborate in ICAO to share best practice, really engage in raising the skills levels and awareness across the board, and really improve the security culture in all ICAO countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mona. You mentioned resilience, and you also mentioned the need to adapt to the threats. So we have a very fast changing environment. The threats change from almost day to day sometimes. How can we manage that? So how do our states build security system, policies, and strategy and procedure that can respond to these evolving threats and to manage the ongoing risk to our system? So Ms. Barry, what do you think we can do? What do we do today, or what could we do better tomorrow?
Thank you. I think we've kind of touched on the key things, and that's mainly making sure that we are abreast with our challenges as a state. Every state has a different risk level. We have to make sure that our practices are reflective of what we are trying to mitigate against. I think it's also important to highlight that we need to recognize the important work that our aviation security sector does for our states and for the global environment. If one screener makes a mistake, it's the lives of hundreds of people. If a surgeon makes a mistake, it's the life of one person on a table. So we need to make sure that we give the encouragement where necessary. And I think also from a policy level and at a governmental level, we need to lead by example. I think when we go through airports and we go through our security systems, we have to encourage thorough screening, though it may be a bit tedious. The consequences of something being missed are really huge. I think, again, from a policy level, having effective communication tools, public awareness will go a long way in fostering this culture that we've been discussing that's so important. Security is everybody's business. All of us have to be involved to make sure that we fully work together to mitigate the risks involved. So I think, again, making sure we have a robust system in place for vulnerability assessments and that they're done frequently, and that all aspects of the chain, including all stakeholders, security sector, and policymakers are involved in that process.
Thank you. Sarah, what do you think from a European perspective?
I totally agree with all of that. I think just building some other things to add. So I think we will fail if we see security as a bolt-on or something that is retrospectively added. So there is a risk if we look at a piece of paper that has a checklist and we just do what is on the checklist. It is more than that. It has to be a culture that we create, and we see ourselves as a system that goes beyond sort of any one element. So I think focusing on the outcomes that we are trying to achieve, so that we are not limited by a process that we might have set out. The process is the starting block, or the sort of the foundations of what we are doing, but looking then to sort of build that culture of continual improvement, everybody being the eyes and the ears that is out there, I think is really important, and something that I think will only become more important as we look and think about technology, that we're not just focusing on sort of a tick box exercise, and we're really interrogating and thinking through the consequences of what we're doing.
Thank you. Mona, do you want to add something on this?
Okay, I got the button. No, if I may perhaps add a little bit on the resilience and the importance of our joint commitment to aviation security. I mean, I really think that this week is really such an important week. I think coming together once per year to have this aviation security really in the center of our discussion is so critical. And of course, we know we're in a year when we have ICAO having 80 years anniversary. It was also said in the beginning that we had Annex 17 and aviation security having 50 years anniversary. So I think what we're seeing from that is also that while ICAO and its global policies have really matured and developed over the years, we are 30 years, I wouldn't say we're 30 years behind on aviation security. We have caught up, but we still have some way to go to reach perhaps full maturity and full political attention, I would say, throughout our organizations to this topic. So I think that's why it's so important to have this week, and also to have it brought up to ministerial level now, and really to have the political commitment shown to aviation security. For us, I think the different deliverables that ICAO is putting forward here are extremely important. We have the new edition of the GASP strategy, which is very critical starting point for our work. We also will have this week's ministerial declaration, which actually really includes a lot of very useful elements that will help us take us forward the work to the next year's General Assembly. And for me, really, that will be another occasion to really take forward and put aviation security up high on the agenda and the political discussions going forward. So I think this collective collaboration really in this format is just critical to allow us to deliver on the topic for today's panel.
Thank you very much. So as we're coming closer to the end of this session, I would like to have the same question for all the panel members and seek your views, and which is around, like, what do you think are the two main challenges that ICAO is facing and the international community altogether is facing as well, that we need to address in order to shape a more sustainable aviation security system? And I will ask Bernard to answer the question first, because Bernard, you come with an experience in aviation security and in ICAO activities, which is quite enormous, as I would say in French. You've been the chair of the AFSEC panel for, I don't know, many panel sessions. You've been the chair of the task force that created the GASP, so it's also going to be your legacy to this system. And you have chaired, I don't know how many groups. You're chairing the group on Annex 17 at the moment. So you have been really like at the center of development for ICAO for security. So I think you are the best place to start answering this question, if I may ask you.
Thank you, Patricia. I think you put too much faith in me, but I'll try. I will start by saying that if we are talking about resilience on aviation security on a global scale, then, and we have celebrated the ICAO system as we had in the last few days, then the ICAO must remain the primary leader of aviation security. And that has a very important factor on global resilience. And the reason is, if that ICAO system or the ICAO approach or the ICAO structure to aviation security at a global level is fractured, or states decide not to believe in it, they decide to go in their own way, and they start thinking that I can be better or faster than the ICAO, I can do things differently from the ICAO, it is going to shatter all that we have built up in the last 80 and 50 years that we are talking about. Because it means when states start to go in their own direction, there is going to be ripple and repercussions across the world, as we all understand and know that planes and people and cargo and goods do not fly to just one destination. It cuts across all borders. It will destroy that resilience of consistency that we are working for, of harmonization, of cooperation. So that's my first point. The second point, I would say, is really about people. Going back, I know we talked about it, and Dave Pekowski mentioned, and Sarah also mentioned the importance of security culture. And I believe in it because if we decision makers and everyone down the line in the aviation sector, if we don't believe that security is important, it is not important. But if we believe that it is something we want to maintain and ensure that it does not break, then we will consciously want to do something about it. And all these must be a circular approach, meaning people at the decision-making level must lead by example, and people below must show by example. It can't be a case of we say something and they do nothing, or the line is telling us the problems, but the decision makers are not paying attention. So it cannot be that. It has to be a whole holistic approach. I will leave all of you with a slogan to think about. Security is a choice. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe security is a choice. It's up to us to choose whether you want to invest in it, you want to work on it, or you want to implement it or not. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Patricia. No, it's hard to come after Bernard with his very good intervention. I think security is indeed a choice, but I think it's also a necessity. And we're all here this week actually to live up to our joint commitments to aviation security. As has already been stated, we've all traveled, or most of us have traveled here through different transfers and so on to be able to get here to this week, and this wouldn't have been possible, of course, shouldn't we have had commensurate standards and have trust in each other's aviation security systems. So from my perspective, in terms of challenges faced by ICAO, is really, again, coming back to what I said previously, we have to continue to develop the aviation security agenda in ICAO, to collaborate together to make sure that aviation security stays priority and at par with other objectives pursued in ICAO, both in terms of political visibility and also resources. A second challenge I would like to also, of course, I need to pick it up. We have set standards that we need to live up to, but we also need, of course, to be at the forefront, all of us together, of developments and evolving threat situation. We have seen developments of the past year in Europe, for instance, that the threat actors, the terrorists, are out there and they are innovative. They're finding new ways to challenge our systems. So we also, within ICAO and the standards that we're setting, we need also to work together to make sure we can be flexible and apply them in a way that also takes account for the new and evolving threats to keep up the security levels where they need to be. Thank you.
So I think first challenge would be about having a really clear, prioritized plan of what we are going to deliver through ICAO over the next couple of years. You would expect me to say this, security being a very important part of ICAO's work activity, as illustrated by the amount of people that we have in this room, being really clear about that forward-looking activity and what are we going to be prioritizing going forward, given the enduring and evolving threats that we face. And even if your risk profile feels a little different to the UK, your nationals are going to be flying to and from the UK. That is true of lots of other countries in the world. It's not just true of the UK. So how can we all collectively work together? I think the second challenge is around technology, and I'm really supportive of what the administrator said. I think there can sometimes be a tendency with technology to think that's the answer, that's going to be the thing that solves all of our problems. And I know we've certainly experienced the UK. How do things like artificial intelligence impact on our own regulations, on our own processes? I think there can be a tendency to go to this is the answer and not put as much time and energy into thinking about what the impacts of that are on our regulations, on our policies and our processes, on how we work. So I think that's going to be a real challenge, is that technology advances at such a rapid rate, and as we all will have very different legal frameworks, approaches to artificial intelligence and technology in our own countries, I think that is going to be a challenge for us all going forward.
Yeah, I would offer a couple things. One is when I think about safety and security, I think about a coin, a piece of currency. And on one side of the coin is safety, and you flip it over and it's security. It's two sides of the same coin. And so from my perspective, admittedly a bit biased, is that whenever we in the ICAO context talk about safety, we ought to say safety and security. When I talk about security in the United States in front of the media, I always say safety and security because they are very complementary, and to try to do them in isolation of each other is really not a very smart way to approach it. So I would always think about safety and security in the same sentence and just reinforce that time and time again. It's super important to the culture of security across the entire globe, which is so darn important nowadays. The other thing that I think is important for us to think about is to become more performance-based in what we do. I agree that having a certain baseline set of activities is a very good starting point. But I also think that as the challenges we face are getting more and more complicated, that we ought to be looking at performance-based solutions. And many of us have adopted performance-based solutions for cybersecurity, for example, because that technology is moving so quickly, and our knowledge and our ability to keep a pace of it needs to move just as quickly, if at all possible. And so pivoting to a performance-based system, in addition to some baseline requirements, but being able to say, hey, is the baseline requirement, when I look at what somebody else is doing from a performance basis, am I getting comparable results? If the answer is yes, that ought to be acceptable. And really, when we look at national cargo security recognition programs, for example, it's all about comparability, not exact cookie-cutter approaches to things. And really, from a security perspective, in my view, I would prefer not to give the adversary a recipe for what all of us are doing. I would prefer to have some level of question on the part of the adversary as to whether this particular entity is doing something above and beyond. They're achieving outcomes that might be certainly at least comparable, but hopefully a little bit more substantial than just the pure activity-based way of approaching it. The other thing that I would emphasize is I couldn't agree more with the ICAO philosophy of no country left behind. I think that's one of the biggest legacies of this organization going into the future. I spent a lot of time working with the regional directors all around the globe, finding ways that we can support them better. And I would just encourage ICAO to continue to help member states coordinate their capacity building efforts with other member states so that we aren't coming in and giving the same training but might be slightly different on the same topic, that we can put together a plan. And I know the regional directors are working on this. I've been to a number of regional conferences. It's really uplifting to see the incredible work that's being done at that level. And in total, you know, I am really concerned about our overall security as a global system. As I mentioned several minutes ago, there are a lot of threats that we face. But you know, what I think about a lot is not just the threats I'm aware of today, but where could this be going? Because you know, if we need to make a pivot to be able to detect something that we don't currently detect, or to change a procedure to keep an adversary off guard, it takes a while to embed those issues. I mean, we've been working on air cargo security now for several months in a very accelerated pace. But one of the things we all recognize is that, hey, to affect change and to actually put it in place and for it to be effective takes time. And so what I think about all the time is, what am I going to face in 5 or 10 years, and how can I start to build the infrastructure and the people skills and the culture to be able to address that? So those are things that I would offer, but I would just applaud the ICAO team overall for the great work they've done on the new strategy going forward, and the one ICAO concept and how we can operationalize that. But to me, one ICAO is safety and security always. Thank you.
Hello? Okay, thank you. I think we've all really summed it up, and it comes back down to continuous engagements and collaboration. I think we've established that we're a global village, and an aircraft leaving Sierra Leone will end up in the UK or the US. So compliance to the standards of Annex 17 you know, is really important. That's something we have to make sure that we prioritize, and I think the work ICAO is doing is really key to that, and the continuous engagement in that regard is very, very necessary. Again, the concept of no country left behind is at the center of, I think, what aviation is about. If we want connectivity, we want to talk about growing air transport, we have to be confident that the areas of safety and security are, you know, established in all the areas in which we need the connectivity. I would like to maybe end by also encouraging states to really take responsibility. ICAO has a role, but ultimately we are the ones that will implement in our states. So we have to make sure that we have the right leadership and we have the right tools to implement, you know, not only in security, but also in the areas of safety. So I would like to end on that note.
Thank you very much for all this input. I think there's a lot of food for thought in all what you said. I would disagree with Bernard. I don't think security is a choice. I think security is an obligation. We owe security to the public that travels on board our aircraft. We owe security to the community at large, to our citizens. We have different ways of doing security. The implementation of the baseline security measures that are defined in ICAO are more important today than ever. We also have to have them threat-based. We face different level of threats in our communities. The small island in the middle of the Pacific might have a different threat situation than France, for example. But the baseline here is very important for all of us because our citizens travel all around the world. Thank you very much for your inputs to this session. I think we're coming to a close to this session. I would like to invite you to thank all our panelists by a round of applause and hand over to the MC later. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our esteemed panelists, and thank you to our moderators, as well as the Fireside discussers that presented earlier for such an insightful discussion. All right, let's continue. We will proceed with our next session titled Security is Everyone's Responsibility. This session aims to inspire collaborative and actionable strategies to achieve shared security and sustainability objectives across the aviation industry. It will explore how sector-wide chain reactions can create vulnerabilities and how we can address them collectively. To begin this session, we are honored to have a keynote speech by Mr. Hamish Hansford, Deputy Secretary of the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Group in the Department of Home Affairs, Australia. Mr. Hansford leads cybersecurity and critical infrastructure policy, manages the regulatory authority for 11 critical infrastructure sectors, including transport and telecommunication security. He's also responsible for OSCheck, a national background checking service, with extensive experience in national security and border protection. Previously, Mr. Hansford was the inaugural head of the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Center, where he established foundational policies and strategies to address emerging threats. His leadership spans a wide range of areas, including national security, border protection, technology, Indigenous affairs, and criminal justice in the Australian Public Service. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Hamish Hansford to the stage.
Well, thank you very much, and it's my great pleasure to be here, and thank you in particular to the Sultanate of Oman and ICAO for hosting this event in one of the oldest and culturally rich countries in the world, I think very much demonstrated by the performance that we had earlier today. Today I wanted to talk to you about how in a world that has unending threats, and you've heard some of them earlier today in the panel, and in an industry recovering from COVID, that we need to fundamentally change how we collectively operate. And my hypothesis is really about building an ecosystem that is underpinned by attributes of curiosity and attributes of imagination. Because without those, we can't really understand and plan for a future. And we heard particularly the administrator talk about thinking 5 years ahead. Perhaps there's a challenge to do that and think in generational terms as well, and what we are doing here today. And I think it will also require both ICAO and particularly governments to think and change our thinking in terms of being much more flexible, and to be much more flexible to work with some of the stakeholders that we rely on. And I'm very pleased to have in our Australian delegation here today an industry and government representation. When our predecessors, and we've heard today, were making decisions about ICAO's Annex 17 50 years ago, perhaps they could not have imagined what the threats that they would face over the next 50 years, but they were prescient in the sense that they set and established the framework. But actually the framework that we have is not going to serve us over the next 50 years. We know that things will fundamentally change, and I think that that idea of how do we challenge ourselves consistently, and how do we push our own boundaries and not just be bound by Annex 17 and in terms of what's written on the page, but actually what we might be able to be and set out to achieve. And that imagination word has particular relevance to the aviation industry and the aviation sector, because it's just over 20 years now since the 9/11 report actually concluded that there was a failure of imagination, including from those leaders who didn't understand the gravity of the threat. And so I think it has particular relevance for us. And that duty that really started with one of the world's most significant events, I think now is exponentially harder, with multiple threats, multiple hazards impacting us across the world. I'm so surprised actually by the number of people who think about 9/11, and it's a historical anecdote because they've seen the pictures but didn't live through it. And I actually think that for us means that it's not a catalyst for reform for many people, it's not forefront in our own minds, and something that actually we should stop and think about. Perhaps more challenging then, with the birth of the internet, arguably in January of 1983, a lot of people don't have an age or understand life before that, and certainly the ICAO Annex 17 founders were operating in an era before the internet, but it's fundamentally changed our life. And in the last 41 years, aviation, as we heard earlier today, is baked into the global system. And we view in Australia aviation at the heart of an interconnected series of networks and systems that have built a complex web across our economy and indeed across the world. And because of the interconnected nature of our systems, it becomes much more difficult. About 15 years ago, one of the UK Prime Ministers talked about interdependency, and I think really struck me that the quote that I read about the world 15 years ago is actually exponentially more important today. And he said, "But the world is ever more interdependent. Stock markets and economies rise and fall together. Confidence is the key to prosperity. Insecurity spreads like contagion, so people crave stability and order." And that has amplified over the last 15 years, and I think is the duty of all of us here today, is to create stability and order in a world where our adversaries are creating exactly the opposite. And our worrying list of things that we have to think about is increasing and getting worse. And even in Australia, in areas that aren't traditionally linked to aviation security, we're increasingly looking at how important they are. So for example, we've had 16 telecommunications towers sabotaged or completely destroyed in Australia this year. And some of those may well underpin our traffic management system or our aviation infrastructure. And indeed, the energy supply to one of our major airports in Australia stopped the avgas from being pumped and then shut down the airport for a period of time. And of course, as we've just heard from some of our panellists, we've seen allegations of air cargo sabotage across Europe, and that has a foundational impact and an escalation to our threat environment. And so we should imagine a world where sabotage is possible across a series of networks and systems, both in the aviation sector and in other sectors. And our nightmare scenario is in relation to a whole bunch of scenarios that might not directly impact, first of all, on aviation, but have a cascading effect across energy, across telecommunications and across data centres. And so our collaboration needs to go beyond the aviation sector into the wider economy. Equally with trusted insiders and people who are working within our governments and in our businesses, there's the old joke about a CEO who looks up and says to staff members at the end of the year, "You've done a fantastic job, you are the life of the business." And then anyone who works in security looks at the same people and say, you're the problem, you're exactly the problem. And so I think there's a balance in everything, and something that we have to continually work on, particularly when it comes to trusted insiders. People who evade screening measures, including employees, clicking a phishing link, people who have a lack of imagination in the development of policies, and Sarah spoke very much about checklists before, actually a failure of people to think beyond the immediate and to think beyond a compliance-based culture. And so how do we create that trust, both within our organisations, but across our industry and indeed beyond? And of course, the big issue that is permeating our day-to-day lives, and even in Australia, we have one cyber incident reported every 6 minutes. We've had a massive escalation in our threat environment this year. Even with the idea that people have pre-positioned on infrastructure for destructive effect, including in the aviation industry in countries across the world, is a foundational change. And this is combined with the steady drumbeat of cyber criminals creating misery and destroying the lives of people across the world, and particularly with extortion and ransom requests. And even in Australian airports and in Australian infrastructure, we've seen a whole focus on deliberative denial of service attacks over the last year. And I heard in the last panel, we spoke about CrowdStrike, and 1% of Microsoft systems globally, and even in Australia there was over 200 flights impacted. Imagine if that was a motivated adversary, it wasn't a technical outage that was going for days or perhaps weeks with a foundational impact. And I think technology providers and those who we communicate with need to be part of our collaboration. Same thing with supply chain management. We have hundreds of suppliers, and so I think the big challenge there is, how do we ensure that the complete supply chain isn't suffering from a failure or a lack of imagination and isn't just subject to compliance-based outcomes? I live in a land of natural hazards, and we've always got a flood, storm or bushfire, and that's fundamentally impacting the operation of airports. One airport in particular was underwater for a long period of time this year and was able to use their business continuity plan to rectify the solution. Space assets, low Earth orbiting satellites are increasingly becoming the communication choice for airlines and as it is for people in regional and remote parts of the world. And so space is changing the way in which we have to think about threat. And if we suffered a same threat like the 1859 Carrington event, that would fundamentally impact the functioning of aviation across the world. And that's even before we get into the so-called traditional areas of terrorism. And Australia, of course, is particularly acute for us because in 2017, we narrowly missed a particular event, which was a bomb in a meat grinder picked up by a check-in counter officer. But if that had have eventuated, it would have been a large-scale terrorism event, losing 400 lives. So a significant thing that still we permeate across our society and across our aviation industry and is in the back of our mind. And it's a key reason why we've got a laser-like focus on CT X-ray and body scanners, and at our major airports we're up to over 80% deployment of new technology. And all of this requires constant collaboration, and it leads to us to think about how do we deal with the range of threats. And the thing in the back of our mind is, what happens if they occur simultaneously? And academics will have coined a phrase, polycrisis. And at a time of great disagreement, confusion or suffering, what happens if all of those events happen concurrently? And I think our imagination here today is to think about what types of collaboration do we need to set up now in order to deal with some of those polycrises or things that happen concurrently. given the interdependent nature of our society. Now, maybe a couple of points just to inspire the panel. And I wanted to say, here are 4 things that are very much on my mind in terms of the theme of this panel. Firstly, we need to be more curious about our imagined future. How do we challenge ourselves, particularly on this panel, to think about the issues that are going to impact across all of the different hazards that we face, not just the traditional ones? Second, how do we think about interdependency? How do we challenge ourselves to think about what a world would be like in terms of one that had a polycrisis? We have recently introduced into the Australian Parliament this very nature of a regime for aviation based on an all hazards threat environment, a fundamental departure from just looking at unlawful interference. So really keen to talk about that. Mona mentioned in the last panel about how do we get the balance right between investment in prevention and how do we get the balance right between response? And very much the discussion about resilience. Just because we are focused on a compliance-based regime at times, because the threat is changing, particularly in the cyber domain, how do we get the balance between response right? I think that's very much on my mind. And perhaps the last point I wanted to start with this panel is perhaps more controversial, is we need to be much more demanding of ICAO. We need to get beyond the checklists and the consensus outcomes and ensure that we are a collective check on ourselves. And that's not just about the Secretariat, it's about our contribution. And it's about how do we challenge ourselves to be much more curious and how do we actually use this forum to create global safety and security. And perhaps our individual challenge here today should be how do we think 25% bigger than we came here to think about, and how do we actually be much more demanding of ourselves? And this is why when we get to talk about the Muscat Declaration, it's a start of our practical implementation, but it's a starter of what we can practically do together. And to pick up Sarah's point, we need to be much more tangible and practical and leave no one behind. And so we are stronger together, but only if we have better imagination and curiosity. As long as we challenge ourselves, we will be able to operate in an environment that is fraught with risk and one that has all hazard risk and potential polycrisis ahead. So hopefully that gives us some things to talk about. Very keen to talk further with my panel members.
Thank you, Mr. Hansford, for that keynote speech. We will now move into our panel discussion moderated by Mr. Christian Schleifer, Austria's representative on the ICAO Council. Mr. Schleifer has served as Austria's permanent representative to ICAO since October 2022, following his election as part of the Avis rotation group. With over a decade of leadership in international aviation, he previously served as Secretary General and CEO of EUROCAE, a leading international standing developing organization of worldwide recognized high-quality and safety-critical industry standards for aviation. During his tenure, Mr. Schleifer oversaw the organization's growth and operational transformation. Earlier in his career, Mr. Schleifer held key positions in ICAO, including serving on the Air Navigation Commission and as its president in 2012 and 2013. He has also worked as a certification and flight test engineer, contributing to advancement in avionics and air navigation systems both in Europe and globally. Please join me in giving a round of applause to our moderator, Mr. Christian Schleifer, who will now moderate this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the introduction, and welcome to our panel. We are a little bit behind the time, so we will not rush the panel. We will just be a bit more efficient in order to catch up a little bit of time. Hamish, thank you so much for paving the way. Not too much for me to do in order to introduce this panel. A couple of words. The theme is security is everyone's responsibility. Is that really everyone's responsibility? And how do we distribute that over the world? I want to see that, because I think we have a good mix here. We know we have the global framework, which we do in ICAO. There might be something which we can do regionally, but what needs to be done locally, and what's really broken down for the individual? What can we contribute to that? And then also a mix with the industry. What's the role of the government, and how can the industry contribute that or complement our system on that? Talking about security, who are the stakeholders? And I want to address a little bit, you know, the supply chain. How far do we go into the supply chain? You know, what needs to be secured? What's part of our certified secure system? And then we also heard a little bit on the culture. Do we have a security culture already today? And if we have one, is that the correct one? Need that to be adapted? Because we also heard it's changing a little bit, you know. There are new threats coming. There are new challenges in front of us. I can only be the moderator of this panel. I have more questions than answers, but I know great people. I have great people with me who might know the answers to that. So let me introduce my speakers. Their impressive bios are on the website. Please have a look on that. First speaker will be Dr. Pascal André. He is the Senior Vice President and Chief Security Officer at Airbus. Mr. Abdenabi Manar, Director General of the Arabic Civil Aviation Organization. Mr. Matthew Warren, Director Aviation Security, Operations, Safety and Security of IATA. Mr. Guiyang Du, Deputy Manager, Capital Airports Holding CEO in China, and Mrs. Berak Damla Shilidrim, Aviation Security Manager of Turkish Airlines. Thank you for flying me to Muscat yesterday. So with this, I want to start with Pascal, but before we start, let me introduce, we will use Slido, so connect your phone please, scan the QR code, and you might have the possibility to pose questions to our speakers, not to me. I have enough questions already, but to our speakers, and we can engage then in the discussion. With this, I hand over to you, Pascal, and let you introduce your position, and then we go one speaker after the other before we start the discussion. Pascal.
Thanks a lot, Christian. Good morning, everyone. So I'm happy to be there to give the voice of Airbus, the aircraft manufacturer, regarding security in general. I have to say that I am lucky when I see the different organizations in the world and the way that security is taken into account everywhere. This morning it has been said by Bernard and Patricia just earlier about the willingness of companies or government to deal with security. I'm lucky because I do report to the CEO of the company, Chief Executive Officer, Airbus Worldwide, and the corporate security organization in Airbus is now an independent function with an independent budget and the capability to audit and to drive security, whatever we are talking about, physical or cyber security. And this is a gift from a company, and to show the importance and the attachment of our CEO with security. So this single organization is encompassing physical, cyber threats, but also crisis management for the company. And it's important to have one single security risk picture because we are risk managers when we are working on security. But we can be a big company like Airbus, for sure. We cannot fight security threats alone. We have to work, we have to collaborate, and that's also why I'm here today to talk to you. We've done our job in the company. Let's say that if everyone is responsible for security, it's clear that we've done two major things. The first one is internally. We lead by example. We lead by example first because the organization set by Airbus is at the highest level, but also we train employees because our employees are key. You know that they can be, with good behaviors, our best line of defense. At the same time, when they have abnormal behaviors, for instance, clicking or opening emails, they could be our worst threat vectors. So we are doing a lot of awareness sessions, sensibilization, phishing campaigns to train employees. And also, we push, with the support of the CEO, all the head of functions, engineering, finance, procurement, design office, industrial environment, HR, everyone. Every single head of function is in charge to define his own strategy. Just because the security is not only the privilege or of security people, everyone is part of the security in the company. I liked the illustration of David from TSA earlier regarding safety and security are two parts of the same coin. I would say not yet, unfortunately, but that should be, it's a must. Safety in Airbus, it's fully part of the DNA of the company because we design aircraft to avoid crashes, lack of maintenance and so on. Security should become very soon the real second side of the coin because it has to be part of the DNA of the company. It's coming. That was internally. And also we do our job externally. That's why I'm here today. The importance of collaboration, exchange. We are no more men in black in security. We're working on hidden secrets activities. We have to share and exchange about our best practices, our events, our attacks when we suffer from them. So that's why we talk very much to all our stakeholders, all the shareholders of Airbus, including the competition. It might be surprising for you, but my best friend is Boeing. We work a lot with Boeing on many subjects, on the way we design aircraft to be secure. So from the security standpoint, Boeing is not a competitor to Airbus. We work also with governments, with regulators, which is key for us, and also we work with a lot of sharing platforms. We are pretty much involved in the aviation ISAC, for instance. We are pretty much involved also on the aviation CERT. We are pushing for collaboration. Eurocontrol also is our partner. Boost Aerospace for the supply chain, and we will probably come back on that later on. So we need an harmonized regulatory framework to ensure that everyone knows what he has to do and what are the roles and responsibilities of each of us. Regulations are important, but I want to add something important, is that not too much regulation. We today, I want to avoid what I'm calling today the regulation by strangulation. Sometimes we have too many or too much regulation to be compliant with. It's totally impossible to be compliant with all of them. So I'm struggling for saying, guys, we need regulation, we need framework, but please, with the support of ICAO, IATA, and so on, we need to harmonize all the overall framework. So that's probably what I wanted to say today. This year, it's the 8th year of our organization in Airbus. We became the 5th pillar of the company. That was the motto of the CEO at the beginning of the year. After safety, compliance, integrity, and quality, the security became the 5th pillar of Airbus, so which shows the sustainability of our activity and the role as a business enabler that we are in the company as security managers.
Thank you very much, Pascal. Physical and digital security you mentioned, correct? Then you mentioned you can't see that in isolation. You also need to see that together with other pillars, safety, sustainability, and all our goals. So not in isolation. You talked about the outsider and insider. You became the 5th pillar of the organization, so it became part of your business. And then what I liked also, in safety and security, we are not competitors. We are working together. So that's really important. And then you had an additional message with not too much regulations. We come back to that.
Yeah, because most of the time security may have an impact on safety. So that's why we work together.
Correct. Yeah, I'm German speaking. Safety and security is the same word in German. So
Sicherheit, yes.
Okay, Mana, can I turn over to you for your introduction statement, please?
Yeah, it works. Yeah. Thank you very much. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude and thanks to the Civil Aviation Authority of Sultanate of Oman, and to congratulate them for organizing this important event. It's an historical event in the civil aviation world. The ICAO, which is the Arab Civil Aviation Organization, it is a specialized organization of the League of Arab States. It is what it is for the League of Arab States, what is ICAO for the United Nations, in fact, a regional organization. And our mission is to coordinate and to support the Civil Aviation Authorities members, 22 states, and we cooperate with sister organizations from the European Civil Aviation Conference and the African Civil Aviation Commission and Latin African. It gathers around 132 states. Now coming back to security, well, it is evolving and the spectrum of challenges continues to expand. I put a slide. I don't know if Philip can show that slide. It's on the screen. On your left, you can see the evolution of the threats. We are evolving from hijacking and bombing, insider trends, to emerging threats like manpads, landside attacks, drone, cybersecurity attacks, and sophisticated cyber attacks on digital infrastructure. Now, how our organization is dealing with this? You have the ICAO organization, you have the governance body, but we have a specialized committee for security, and under this committee we have specialized teams. How we work with these organizations? Our methodology is to organize forums for all the responsibles of security in the member states, and we open discussions on the main items, I mean on the worries that they are living and also the best practices they are conducting. And the outcomes are examined by our technical committee, security committee, and reported to or given mandate after that to specialized teams for security. We do have for these missions, we have the sharing information through the ICAO security, development security standards and guidelines through ICAO Cybersecurity Group, and also capacity building. Well, I will end by this and come back according to the question that will be arised during the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manar. So there is something happening regionally. You mentioned that. That's what you are doing. You defined the scope of threats, security needs. To keep a little bit pace with the technology, that's also something we have to look at. Collaboration, cooperation, partnership, information sharing, and then you have some kind of a regional approach and capacity building for that. So thank you very much for confirming that there is something happening also regionally, and then we break it down. Next, what is the airline doing? Not Turkish airline now, but IATA. We start with you, Matthew, first, before we then hand over, and last speaker will be from Turkish Airlines. Matthew.
Thank you for the floor. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and good afternoon, in case you didn't realize that the house lights have come on and it's now the afternoon. So for the interpreters, I did have a bit of an introduction remarks prepared, but in the words of Henry Kissinger, it's going to sound like everyone has said this, but I assure you not everyone has actually said it, so I will do what I can to ensure we're not repeating ourselves. It's been a really busy year, as the leadership panel previously mentioned, and in that busy year we continue to learn about the trust that we have in the Annex 17 baseline. And some might walk away and think, or at least from an industry perspective, some of us might walk away and think, well, do we actually trust the baseline? And is it it meant to be everything to all threats, or is it really about shutting down those pathways for known threats and providing a platform for the largely unknown, which we have heard here on stage, this morning, which has been a good acknowledgement. So, is it trust in one another? Is it trust in the system? No doubt the release of the Global Aviation Security Plan, now with the 6 pillars contained, there is a sentiment of trust sort of threaded through the plan itself. But again, we must continue to ask, or at least continue to ask those questions of ourselves. Are we really talking about a breakdown of trust here in terms of the way we react to those unknown threats, those things that we haven't necessarily experienced before? And to paraphrase my fellow countryman Hamish, who dug out a 23-year-old report, a lack of imagination was one of those key findings to come out of that 9/11 Commission report. And I think that's such a great takeaway in terms of being able to formulate and understand, well, how do we actually feel about our trust with each other? To put another Henry Kissinger cliche on or statement on the table, he often said that states have interests, not necessarily friends. And so is that part of what we need to work on here, is how do we transition between understanding what are our actual economic national security interests versus who are our friends and who's part of that alliance. It hasn't been mentioned yet, but the Muscat Declaration later this week, for those in the room that have had a privileged opportunity to look through that and be part of the drafting, again, I've got two sort of comments on the declaration ahead, and we've already heard it here this morning. Performance-based security. What a fantastic. Did I hear someone say tagline this morning as well? Let's see what we can do to transition that into actual measures, perhaps oversight. Maybe start with oversight and then build up to measures. So I think performance-based, and thankfully, gratefully, that is encoded in the declaration. And then finally, a really old chestnut, and still rings true today, information sharing. And not just within your own states, but multilaterally. And that, I think, transcends the security priorities that we have here, and it really does bring about the integrated nature of risk in terms of safety, security, cyber, and the other priorities that are affected. Thank you.
Matthew, thank you very much. Spoke a lot about trust, who are our friends, who are not our friends. The Global Aviation Security Plan, that's a strategic plan we have, but you have two defined messages: risk-based, performance-based regulatory framework. Pascal might like that a bit better than too many regulations, so maybe we can discuss that. And a very open and prompt information sharing. Those are your two key messages I took out. We need a trust framework, but we need to have information sharing and risk-based approach in regulations. Thank you very much for that, Matthew. With this, I hand over to Mr. Qiang Du. Maybe you can give your introductory statement, please.
好，主持人好，全球民航各界同仁，大家应该说叫中午好了。非常高兴和荣幸啊，参加今天的会议，并就安保是每一个人的职责这个话题啊进行探讨。我个人啊，从事了机场应该说34年的工作了。下面啊，我还是想从机场方面的安保是每一个人的职责方面介绍一下我们的做法和想法。应该说，机场是航空运输业的重要的基础设施。那么，怎么把住航空安保风险 应该说是我们机场当中的关键节点，特别是把危险拦截在地面，是确保航空运输安全的关键的重要的工作之一。那么首都机场集团公司是中国民航最大的机场产业集团，那么运营和管理着坐落在7个省市自治区的55座机场，那么连接着应该是除了中国之外，那么110余个城市。那么从目前来看，我们负责机场各类安保工作措施的管理和执行。那么整个首都机场集团公司拥有安检人员是1.2万人。那么在中国民航局的带领下，应该说我们高度重视航空安保工作，严格执行各类航空安保的措施和规章标准。那么持续完善我们的安保体系，那么更新安保技术，提升我们安保措施的可靠性，始终守护我们机场每一位用户的平安作为我们核心的职责。那么另外，我们也将航空安保的工作作为我们年度航空安全工作的第1位。那么另外从机场角度来看，机场又是航空器，包括人员、包括信息、货物的应该说是聚集地。那么航空公司包括空管、机务维修、航驶、地服，包括用户在此地通常作业。那么对于这些人来看，他们既要履行各自的安保职责，又要同时这个互相配合执行机场的所有的安保措施，应该说是形成我们多层级的安保防线。那么在安保工作方面，应该说我们所有从事航空安全工作的人员是一个命运共同体。那么我在首都机场安保公司任总经理的时候，当时我倡导的3个全员的一个理念，也就是说全员都是安保工作的管理者，全员都是安保文化的塑造者，全员都是安保缺陷的侦察兵，鼓励和号召我们所有人员参与到我们的航空安保工作之中。那么我们也积极响应国际民航组织的倡导，关于建立安保文化。那么我们也严格执行，甚至积极推广国际民航组织的一些要求和做法。那么特别是对进入飞行区和隔离区的一些人员，我们开展安保意识培训，把我们的安保文化植入到人心。另外，我们也与各个驻场单位联合，对所有的人员进行安保测试，那么督促我们的在岗人员始终保持一个高度警惕。我们也倡导报告文化，特别我们推行安全随手拍，鼓励我们的员工及时发现和报告我们的安保缺陷和存在的一些异常情况。那么对于这些人员当然是优秀的人员，我们还授予他们安保真英雄，给予他们的奖励甚至奖金。那么从我们所有的参与人员来看，通过我们安保真英雄这种评比，激励和增进了我们从事安保人员的荣誉感和使命感，使我们机场方面应该是增加了更多的流动的监控器和门禁点。那么谢谢主持人，我就介绍这么多。
Shishi, thank you very much for this. Was a little bit difficult with the device. There is only one position where we can receive the signal. We have to find that before. But you said a couple of important things. Critical infrastructure airports. Secondly, impressive 12,000 security staff you mentioned. This is quite a lot of people you are having. And for that, you have a system in place, training, culture, awareness testing, and even awarding those people who are doing a good job in that. But what you also mentioned is that in airports, every different layers are coming together of the industry. So we have maintenance organization, we have ground handling, we have catering, and all those things. And we need to have a multi-layer system in order to address security in this world. So thank you very much. I think you made a very good point on what the role of airports is in that. And with this, Barak, I hand over to you from the perspective of Turkish airline, an individual airline, how you treat security.
Thank you so much. Esteemed participants and distinguished panelists, first of all, I would like to say that it's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here as a panelist in this important event. Civil aviation is not only a driving force for global economic development, but also a critical means of strengthening connections between society. However, our foremost priority in this field must always be security. In civil aviation, security is not merely a goal, but a continuous commitment. This commitment requires enhancing the training levels of individuals and organizations, raising awareness about security issues, and ensuring that all stakeholders fulfill their responsibilities at the highest standard. As a sector where every detail matters, civil aviation cannot afford any compromises on these responsibilities. An effective security management system plays a pivotal role in integrating security efforts systematically and sustainably. This system encompasses a wide range of measures designed to address the complex challenges of airline operations. As Turkish Airlines, with more than 34,000 employees, 19 subsidiary companies, and 489 aircraft, we operate flights to 345 cities and 351 destinations in 130 countries. In addition to our direct flights to 298 international destinations, through more than 50,000 agreements, we reach a total of 541 international destinations. This extensive network makes us the airline that flies to the most countries globally, carrying a significant responsibility on a global scale. One of the cornerstones of this responsibility is ensuring that all destinations we fly to meet national and international security requirements at a certain standard. These include safeguarding aircraft against unlawful acts, effectively managing the risks posed by the potentially disruptive passengers, and ensuring the comprehensive security of passengers, cabin crew, baggage, and cargo. Passenger and baggage security processes must be meticulously managed to detect and prevent any potential threats, while cabin security protocols ensure the well-being of all on board. Furthermore, cargo security has become increasingly critical in the face of evolving global threats, requiring robust screening and monitoring systems to mitigate risks effectively. Without such a comprehensive framework, it would be impossible to maintain the operational integrity and trust that underpin the aviation sector. In this context, I am confident that today's panel will generate valuable insights to evaluate current security practices and take them to the next level. May civil aviation security become not just a standard, but a way of life for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. May I remind you that we have Slido on, and we have also a poll question we want to ask you. What is the most important issue or challenge in terms of security and cybersecurity to face the increasing number of attacks? And is that risk management, being prepared for attacks, or sharing of information? So that's for the audience to share with us what your impression is on that. So please go to Slido. Second one is that you can post your questions, please. And you can vote on others' questions, and the most popular questions we will put in front of our panelists. But I'm having a very burning question. I would like to ask you, because we said security can't be seen in isolation. How can aviation break down silos between safety, security, sustainability, and all the other objectives we try to achieve? And how can cybersecurity management system foster a more integrated and collaborative approach amongst all the stakeholders which are involved? And as a follow-on question, because you mentioned that now on the management system, how many different management systems do we need? Safety management system, quality management system, security management system. Who wants to start? And we are permanently attacked here by a fly in front, I don't know, a security problem. Matthew, you want to start? Was there a sign?
Yeah, coming straight to the point. Risk is risk when you're talking to senior leadership that are most certainly in for-profit organizations. Risk is risk. You have many different sources, but you need to be able to determine your amount of investment to manage that risk. So exactly to your point, there's an opportunity for integrated risk assessment, and ICAO has just launched the nominations for that study group.
Yes, go ahead, Manuel.
Thank you, Christian. Well, there is a philosophic question about security and safety. For the public, when we talk security, and it includes, in fact, safety. But as it was said by the administrator of TSA, we professionals in aviation, we separate because there are some specificities. But by the end, it's the security issue, in fact. Now, I think the methodology that is implemented most of security issues are global. And the best framework is, I think, ICAO. And I think they have a mature methodology which begins by preventive actions like putting standards and best practices, and also planning. Now for the implementation, yes, it's up to states. And there are some other activities that are coordinated at the level of ICAO. I mean, organizing the ways to face, the challenges, in security challenges, by organizing, giving the framework for the national and local plans for security situations and crises, and also the process of evaluation of the state of the implementation of security regulation and procedures. Now, from my point of view, there is no big difference between the safety and security culture, in fact. We have the framework, the methodology inside ICAO, it's really mature. Now the difference with cybersecurity, maybe compared to what was, to other challenges in the ICAO history, is that it's the evolution which is really quicker. When you talk about the hardware and software, now the evolution is very, very quick. Every day, every week, every month, you have new technologies. And how to deal with this, maybe at the level of ICAO, we have to maybe to see a mechanism that could speed up the, to face, the challenges and to comfort the safety and security culture. Thank you.
So how we keep pace with, with technology, security can keep pace with technology.
For the SMS management, safety management system, well, I think it's better to work on one, together all the safety in one management system. I think it's better for the states.
Barak, you mentioned the management system quite in detail in your presentation. Can you reflect on that?
Yeah, thank you. I think we cannot isolate the security management system from the quality management system, because the main pillars of our security management system is the management, operations, and oversight. And also these are the pillars of the security management system also. For the airline perspective, as mentioned in our National Civil Aviation Authority's instructions, the general manager is the head of the security in airline, and he delegates his responsibilities to the security directorate. And also the security directorate is responsible to coordinate the compliance of the security implementations and the regulations in the airline, and also with the managers of the security directorate, and also the line managers of Turkish Airlines is also are tasked to the implementation of the security in their stations. As I said in my opening statement, that we have lots of stations and we have lots of managers. So they have their own responsibilities in the management side, and also the reviewing of the security in the top management side is important, because it affects the roles of the management in the security area, and also a critical role in the continuous improvement and the identification and control of the security threats, and the improvement of the security culture and awareness. For the operations side, so we have to coordinate all stakeholders and all service providers in the operation, from the entrance of the terminal, the airport security, baggage security, and the in-flight security, the aircraft security. And also they are all combined to each other. We cannot separate them. And also at the top level, the Turkish Airlines, the owner of the aircraft, we have to provide the same standards in our operations in every station that we have flight. So the sustainability of our security standards in the stations in the same or not same, the certain level is important for our side. And also for the security culture, the improvement of the security culture and the security awareness is important. We do the podcasts, these panels like these, and the other surveys to aim to improve the security culture and awareness in our among the stakeholders and among the service providers, and also the risk assessment. I think the main point in the aviation security is the risk assessment. Before starting the flights, we do risk assessment in the stations, and also we take a report, and this decision is done according to the report, the results of the report. Sometimes we get the risk to fly there because it's a global area. We are airline, we are commercial airline, so we have to do the risk assessment, and the result of the risk assessments, if need some additional security implementations, we have to provide these additional measures to have the flights. And also we have high-risk stations, and also we periodically do the on-site visits and do the risk assessments periodically to make the effectiveness of it. And also, for the airline perspective, the incident reporting for the security issues is important. We have to encourage to improve our security culture. It is the main point, I think, because the person who see any security breaches can report it to the security departments, and we have to encourage them to do so, because they help us to find the root causes of it and determine the actions to be taken, and also so the feedback must be given to the staff, because we have to make it sustainable. And also the last point for our security management system, the airline security management, not Turkish Airlines security management system, because the IOSA requirements are important for us. And also in our security management system, we have to monitor our providers to keep the, to catch the same standards, same security, similar security standards in the operations. We have to oversight them, and if any deficiencies are found, we have to make it root cause analysis and take the measures to mitigate it.
Thank you very much. To keep the time, yes, I might ask you for short answers, please, because we have quite interesting questions also coming from the audience. Do, please, go ahead.
好，我再补充一点，因为航空安保的这个危险啊程度应该是非常严重的，特别是目前的恐怖袭击，还有我们非法干扰，以及我们因为各种因素而造成的个人极端的一些事件。 加上一些气候原因，那么当然，目前我们通过我们体系建设，包括人防、物防、技防，目前应该说是我们在安保方面已经采取了大量的应该是措施。但是随着这个航空业的发展，大众化的态势越来越形势越来越好，我感觉我们还得从以下几个方面利用我们。 扩大我们的安保朋友圈扎实的做好我们航空安保的人防、物防，包括技防的一些水平。特别我想有这么几个方面，第一个方面还是我们要加强与设计单位的合作，那么深入参与我们设计单位的一些规划设计，那么使机场在被建设的时候，应该就非常的安全。 那么，另外从源头上也强健了我们航空安保奠定了个基础。那也就是在物防和技防方面，应该是从源头我们就开始这个防。第二方面我们与有关院校进行合作。院校合作就是什么？我们一定要在院校的课程设计，包括提供实习一些机会，从而提高我们。 在安保方面的人才的储备和培养，那么第三个方面应该是我们要与科研机构和企业合作，特别是帮助我们的企业深入、准确地了解我们安保的一些用性场景，那么使得我们新的技术在安保方面进一步应用。你比如说我们目前采取的人包的绑定，包括智能监控。 包括我们的生物识别，以及我们的钛合金技术，这样从而在安保的领域当中投入了以后，既保障了我们安全的同时，也提高了我们运行的一些效率，改善了旅客过安全的一个体验。那么我们过去国际民航组织也提过，未来安检的一种方式，就是让旅客无感过检。好吧，我要补充这么多。
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. To come back to our poll question, Barak, you mentioned risk management is the most important thing to do. Our audience does agree with you. So the most popular answer is indeed the risk management, followed by being prepared for the attacks and sharing the information. And for this sharing of information, I want to come back later on with a question from the audience. But before, I want to ask Pascal, because there were a couple of comments would really nicely fit to an aircraft manufacturer because you are the interface for all of that.
Yeah, clearly, when I took my position 8 years ago as Chief Security Officer, the first challenge that I had, and the one I expressed to the CEO, was I want to break silos. But many silos have to be broken in the company. And believe me, it's more difficult to break silos than to build walls. Naturally, people have tendency to build walls in the company. So silos, first of all, when you are an aircraft manufacturer, manufacturing civil and military aircraft, there are huge silos between the organizations, and I had to break them, most of them, because from a hacker perspective, when he enters, when he hacks into Airbus, he doesn't care if it is in civil or military, he lateralizes and then he moves in the company. The second one was between the functions, because security is really, really a cross, multidisciplinary function. As I said, we have business partners in all the functions, and we want to ensure that each function of the company is at the same level in terms of security maturity assessment, and we do a security maturity assessment regularly. And the last one, yes, is the difference between safety and security. We are risk managers on security. We are two sides of the same coin, as David said earlier, but in Airbus, we still have two different processes. Maybe later, we will have the same security management system as the one for safety, but today, we have similar processes, but they are not the same ones.
Thank you very much. Maybe I can go to two questions from the audience. And I like the one, we have now the expertise here. Any tips for improving timely and effective information sharing? All of you mentioned information sharing. And the second question I want to pose, they're not related, but I want to give that to you because you mentioned that as well, we have to cope with the pace of the technology, is how could we deal with the security in the unmanned aviation systems and air taxis, eVTOLs? That's a different way of how we need to treat that. Hamish, maybe I can start with you.
I think on the information sharing point, I think the first thing to think about is comprehension, because we talked about it in this panel about lots of different systems interrelating to each other, but unless we're speaking the same common language and having leadership about what are the things that will materially impact the functioning of a business, of a government entity, I think that's the first step and tip that I'd say about information sharing, is be on the same page, use the same language, and it's a leadership issue to bring it all together. And I think there's a particular issue with cybersecurity that people just don't understand it. And actually speaking in common language and speaking in cost-benefit terms instead of going down a path of technical remediation and understanding to a degree that a management team won't be able to understand, I think that's the best way to think about it.
Anyone else want to reflect? Matthew?
Did I have that look on my face that I was going to jump in?
Yeah,
that's fine. Look, I think industry does a very good job at the information sharing piece. It's the validation and verification of what's actually being exchanged and shared that's most important. A recent friend of mine mentioned before I went on stage recently, he said, the online advent of everyone being able to share opinions is just fantastic, and it's part of social development. But now today you have people sharing facts online, and so I think the role of states being able to collaborate and verify what's actually being shared is the opportunity going forward.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Manar, you want to, how you do that in regionally eventually?
Well, I'm just trying to understand really what you are expecting from the response.
Yeah, tips. The audience is asking if we have recommendations for how we can improve the information sharing, because you said you're doing regionally, you have a couple of programs. Maybe you have something to share.
Well, since we are trying to reach the same goal, we need maximum information. Well, scientifically we say database for sharing everything that concerns the security, and this could be helpful for the experts try to find ways to enhance security. This is the culture of it. This is safety and security culture. Yeah.
Anyone else who want to react?
Just maybe one example important is to give figures or to show events, to talk about real events. An example regarding the supply chain. Most of our suppliers don't talk to us when they are under attack. They keep that for them. At the end, the impact is huge for our bus. And when we exchange information, we can anticipate most of the attacks. One example, Airbus has 18,000 suppliers. 18,000 suppliers. One in row number one, just the prime suppliers. Last year, we had one of them had an attack. He has hidden a little bit the attack. And after 1 year, we made an assessment of the cost of this attack for Airbus. The revenues of the company is 8 million euros, approximately. The cost for Airbus of this ransomware attack to the supplier is 45 million euros, for the cost for us. We would have been to avoid that cost if the supplier would have told us immediately, we are under attack, can you help us? They have hidden the information. Same thing in the company. When some employees are doing wrong things, most of the time they hide that they are doing wrong things. They have to talk, they have to speak up and say, I've made a mistake, and it helps a lot Airbus to face this common threat altogether.
A couple of questions we got also have to do with how can the aviation industry better mitigate supply chain vulnerabilities and cybersecurity, and what strategies should be implemented to minimize both operational disruptions and economic losses in the event of a major IT outage. We heard that in the previous session, that was given as an example. And with this round, I want to close also, so if you have an answer to that, please also give me at the end maybe an indication what do you think ICAO should do or ICAO should not do, or what's your recommendation, what's your message to ICAO? Who wants to start? Please go ahead.
Ladies first, I think. For the airlines, I think the authorities' support is so important. So locally, we are good relation with our local authorities and national civil aviation authorities, but I think ICAO and the countries, the member state countries, come together with the airlines. Some workshops maybe can be done with the authorities and airlines together. So it's provide us to benchmark the authorities' perspective, the airline perspective, and the common points of them. And for the airline perspective, I think we have to come more together with the authorities as an airline.
Okay, thank you very much. Anna.
Yes, as I said before, there is a methodology that is mature in the framework of ICAO, since we are discussing global issues about regulating, organizing the global activities at also regional level, national level, local level, in the airports, for example, organizing exercises for crisis management, and capacity building is very important, and updating the knowledge of the involved persons in these issues, and also reporting and strengthening the auditing and certifying systems for air security systems. Thank you.
Yes, Pascal?
Up to 2016, all the attacks from hackers were targeting Airbus premises. From 2016 to 2018, because we have secured them, from 2016 to 2018, the attacks have drifted to the subsidiaries and affiliates. So we have secured the external enterprise. And then since 2018, all the attacks, most of them, are targeting our supply chain. So clearly, the supply chain is a must. It's an obligation to secure them. What we propose, it's many things. First of all, we have now, with the procurement, a security annex in the contract to ensure that all our future suppliers have a certain level of security, otherwise they cannot bid anymore to our business. What we do also, we would like, and we have used the Aviation ISAC plus the Eurocontrol, the support of Eurocontrol, to ensure that all the audits we made can be shared with others. And it's a win-win situation. We are able to make 100 audits per year of the supply chain. Real audit with sometimes penetration tests for the critical ones. But we, as I said, we have 18,000 suppliers, so it's too huge. So what we would like to do is to create a kind of alliance with Boeing, with other aircraft manufacturers, with airlines, with trusted people. Once there is one of them who has made an audit of a supplier, we take it as granted. And then we share that all of us. It's, when I say it's win-win, it's win-win for all of us, but it's all a win-win for the supplier himself, because most of the time he has to support audits like for Airbus, from Dassault, from Boeing, from many aircraft manufacturers. So at the end, it's one single alliance where we share all the audits all together with, for sure, the same standards.
A huge network.
Huge network.
A huge network. Mr. Xiang Du, must be the same for an airport. I mean, the network, the supply chain, the different organizations you have. So what's your perspective on that?
对于这个区块链来看，我们在这个应该说是航空安保上面啊，我们应用的还是比较多的。特别是我们目前啊，刚才我介绍的，利用我们高效安检通道当中的人保绑定，那么快速确定这个行李当中的一些危险物品到底是谁的，那么在倒查的当中啊，进行一个快速的反应。当然还有一个，我们就是人脸识别。 通过我们在机场现场当中，通过高精摄像头捕捉到一些这个异常人员甚至危险人员，啊，进行安保的判断，进行一个快速的处理，啊，一旦就是在他实施犯罪之前，我们采取一些行动。当然，在区块链当中啊，还有其他方面的应用，我们也比较多。你比如货物方面了。 还有我们的这个，我们的一些目前整个维界的安保系统方面都在应用，啊，谢谢。
Thank you, Hamish. You are not an aviation security expert. You have a broader perspective. Any recommendation you can give us how far we should go?
Definitely. I think the biggest recommendation that I can give is try and understand from a risk management perspective where to start. So by Wednesday, I really hope we are all walking out of this session by saying, we've agreed the declaration, but what's the one thing we're going to do? And I think when it comes to cyber and your question about what do you practically do, I think you quickly do four things. One, understand what suppliers operate in your business or government agency. Two, actually understand how material they are to the functioning of your agency. Three, structurally segment your systems as much as possible so if an adversary gets in, they don't cause the maximum amount of damage. And four, have a surveillance system to identify when they do and to be able to respond. And I think if we walked out with practical measures like that, that we could share with our partners, I think that would be a great success.
Thank you very much, Hamish. Matthew, you are closing our panel nearly. Before we close completely, I give the last word to you.
What was the topic again? No, I'm kidding.
Security.
Look, I'll, at the risk of repeating myself previously, I'll leave a thought for everyone, not so much a final statement. You can only pick one. Would you rather a strategy or a culture that's effective? And think about that over lunch. And
any recommendation for ICAO?
Well, I think ICAO is definitely down the path on strategy, but let's see where the culture evolves.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our panelists here. Thanks for joining us up on stage here. A round of applause. And with this, our master of ceremony hopefully will release us for lunch. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Schleifer, for moderating that session. And thank you to all the panelists. As Mr. Schleifer had mentioned, it is the lunch break. But before we go off and have our lunch, I'd like to explain just a thing about the tours that are being provided to you all on Thursday. Can we please have the leaflet up on the screen for the tours? Can we have the Heritage Tours leaflet up on the screen for the guests to scan the QR code and participate? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so until the leaflet is up, on Thursday, the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism, as well as the CAA, as well as Experience Oman, have organized beautiful tours. There are two different kinds of tours, one that's located here in Muscat, so you'll stick within the premises of Muscat, and another that's going to be in El Dakhliya region. I promise you this is the best time to visit Oman, this time of the year, so I would utilize this opportunity to go on this tour. Hopefully the QR code to register is going to be up on the screen shortly. But yeah, I recommend that you take this tour and enjoy your lunch. We will reconvene in this hall at approximately 2:10. Thank you so much and have a delicious lunch.
international civil aviation signed.
As a specialized agency of the United Nations, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO,
develops standards and recommended practices, SARPs, for the safe, secure, sustainable, and orderly development of international civil aviation.
ICAO was created by the Convention on International Civil Aviation, signed in Chicago in 1944.
Also known as the Chicago Convention, which is celebrating its 80th anniversary in 2024.
This year, we are also celebrating the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the Annex 17 to the Chicago Convention, Aviation Security.
Adopted by the ICAO Council in 1974, and which is now in its 12th edition and incorporates the 18th Amendment.
Annex 17 is of critical importance to the security of civil aviation and the international community at large.
To prevent acts of unlawful interference against civil aviation and to protect passengers, crews, aircraft, and airports.
The Aviation Security Panel of Experts was established in 1987 to help develop and maintain standards and recommended practices of Annex 17.
And provide technical advice and support to the ICAO Council and the Aviation Security Committee.
The tremendous work accomplished by the Aviation Security Panel over the years
in relation to the prevention of acts of unlawful interference is further also recognized this year.
The AVASEC panel comprises of 33 experts nominated by states among the 193 member states of ICAO, who serve as panel members.
The AVSEC panel also benefits from expertise
as a
Good afternoon, everyone. We kindly request that you all get seated so that we can begin with the next session. We hope you've had an enjoyable lunch. We kindly request that you all get seated so that we can begin with the next session of today's program. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We hope you've had an enjoyable lunch. We kindly request that you all get seated so that we can begin with the next session in a timely manner. Thank you. Good afternoon. We hope you've had an enjoyable lunch. We kindly request that you all get seated so that we can begin with the next session as we are falling behind on time. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a delightful lunch and are feeling energized for the remainder of the day. Before we begin with the next session, I want to remind you all that you are invited to the gala dinner that's taking place this evening at Rosna. If you're staying at any of the hotels that have been recommended by the CAA on the ICAO website, then there is a bus that will be made available to you that will transport you to the gala dinner. I will be stating the timings of departure from each hotel after the conference is done for today. Now let's move on to the next session titled Aviation Security from Legacy to Innovation, How 80 Years of ICAO and 50 Years of Annex 17 help us look into the future. So this year, 2024, marks the 80th anniversary of the International Civil Aviation Organization and the 50th anniversary of Annex 17 on aviation security. So this session is dedicated to commemorating these significant milestones and highlighting the achievements that have strengthened aviation security over the decades. We are honored to have Mr. Lovuyo Geke, representative of South Africa on the ICAO Council, as the moderator for this panel discussion. Mr. Lovuyo brings over 25 years of experience in the aviation sector, having worked across various facets of the industry, including airlines, ground handling services, and regulatory authorities. Prior to his current role as South Africa's permanent representative on the ICAO's Council, he held several key positions at the South Africa Civil Aviation Authority, such as Executive of Aviation Security, Senior Manager of AVISEC Training and Certification, and Manager of Cargo Security. His extensive background also includes serving on the ICAO Aviation Security Panel for several years, contributing significantly to global aviation security initiatives as well. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Mr. Lovuyo, who will moderate our upcoming panel discussion. I wish you all a productive and engaging discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, and thank you for coming back from lunch. I was worried at some point that we were going to talk to chairs, but I'm glad you're all here. And we will also urge you to actively participate in the discussion that's going to follow. I believe Slido is active, and therefore you can put your questions at any time. I will try and integrate them into our discussion. Our discussion is, as mentioned, titled From Legacy to Innovation, How 80 Years of ICAO and 50 Years of Annex 17 Helps Us Look into the Future. In that, I picked up on 3 key words. One is legacy. So that's what I will expect the panel to talk to. What is our legacy? What those that came before us, including what we have done, what legacy will we leave behind? Based on the past 80 years and also based on the 50 years of Annex 17. The second quick key word that I pick up there is the future. What future are we going to leave behind? That's another question that I will expect this panel to answer for me. And the third key word for me is innovation. How innovation will take us forward. And all of this we're talking in the context of aviation security as well as cybersecurity. Last week we had the celebration ICAO 80 in Chicago, and when the President of the Council was closing, he said, we celebrate the past looking forward. That's basically what I would like this panel to do. Celebrate the past, looking forward. Have your listening devices handy. The panel will be in 2 languages, so you might need translation services if you're not proficient in both of them. The panel, the nice thing about being a moderator is that you don't have to speak, you just ask questions, and then you get the panelists to answer. And here we have a very informed and diverse panel. If I may introduce them briefly for you, I'll introduce them for you. Right in the middle or the center of the stage, we have Mr. Dionisio Hernandez, Mr. Dionisio de la Rosa Hernandez. He's the Sub-Director General, CISAC, in the Dominican Republic. What I like is that he both involved in implementation as well on the regulation side, so we'll get his perspectives. And right at the far end, we've got Mr. Mateusz Bekovic. Mateusz is the Deputy Director, Polish Civil Aviation Authority. So we also do have a regulator. And right next to me, we have Mr. Hamad Al-Muhairi. He's Assistant Director General of the Aviation Security Affairs Sector in the UAE. Again, a regulator. But I may mention that he's also the current chairperson of the Aviation Security Panel, so we'll be getting that perspective as well. And then next to Hamad, you've got Ms. Sonia Hifdi. Ms. Hifdi is the Chief of Aviation Security Policy Section at ICAO. We will get that perspective. Formerly, he was my chair when I was in the AFSEC panel, so we might get a bit of that as well, and a bit more. And then next to Mateusz on the other side, we've got Ms. Maria Cristina Lilian Ionita. Cristina is the representative of Romania on the Council of ICAO, together with Mr. Jose Villaverde, who's also a representative of Venezuela on the ICAO Council. So we'll get diverse perspective as well as your perspectives. So what I will ask the panelists to do now is to briefly tell us what they do or what they've done. But whilst they do that, I expect them to answer my first question, which is, according to them, what is our legacy? What legacy are we leaving behind from the perspective of aviation security and cybersecurity? I will start off with Hamad, please.
Thank you, Lavoyo. Speaking about legacy, I was preparing like a slide to talk about legacy. However, legacy is the AFSEC panel contribution, AFSEC panel effort during the whole year, during the 50 years. All AFSEC panel here, which is most of them available in this room, and I can see them here in that room. They participated during the last 50 years by providing lots of expertise from their perspective. So in my opinion, the legacy started by recognizing our friends and colleagues from AFSEC. If you can put the presentation, please. Next, please. Next. Next slide, please. First of all, I would like to thank our colleagues from Oman for hosting this important event. It is an honor for me to be here and to be part of this important ICAO Security Week. I would like also to thank ICAO and the Secretariat for inviting me to be part in this session. So as you can see in that photo, it's the historical moment of signing Chicago Convention on 7th December 1944 by 52 states. This reminds me to share with you information about history. The Provisional International Civil Aviation Organization, PICAO, was established as an interim measure for nearly 2 years. The ICAO formally came into existence in 1947 and became a specialized agency for United Nations Economic and Social Council. As all of us aware that the convention started setting the rules and regulation for civil aviation globally. Next, please. For many years, flying was just arrive at the airport, show your ticket, and board the aircraft. At the aircraft, someone would take your bags and load them in the hold. No security equipment available at the airport. Police officers at the airport provided protection from the usual crimes like any other public place. Next, please. In the early 1960s, civil aviation became a target for the terrorists, especially for politically motivated hijacking, and it's continued in 1970s. Until 1974, there were no international civil aviation security requirement to deal with such a threat, such as hijacking, bombing, and shooting at airports. Next. The first edition of the ICAO Annex 17 was adopted by the ICAO Council in March 1974 and became applicable in April 1975. The first edition of Annex 17 contained 7 chapters, 4 definitions, 8 standards, and 18 recommended practices. Next. As you can see in the slide, the amendment of Annex 17 since the first edition till date. Annex 17 has been amended 18 times till date with 12 additions. Next. Since the level and the nature of threat to AFSEC is changing, provision of Annex 17 need to be assessed continuously and amended if required in order to enhance the aviation security system. Some of these threats, as it's shown in the slide, such as landside security, cybersecurity, attacks at distance, aircraft hijacking, and threat arising from conflict zone. Next. We have spoken about the development of Annex 17 and the threat to civil aviation. I would like to highlight the role of the AFSEC panel in assessing the ICAO Secretariat to enhance the aviation security system. In order to take the comprehensive task, the ICAO AFSEC panel created working groups, and they are as shown. I think I missed the. Sorry. No, go to the previous one. No, the previous one. Slide 9. No, go back.
As a specialized agency of the United Nations, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO,
develops standards and recommended practices, SAR.
Yeah, this one. Since the level and the nature of the threat AFSEC is changing, provision in Annex 17, so it needs to be assessed continuously and amended if required. So such a threat as shown in the slide, landside security, attacks at distance, and cybersecurity. Next, please. So we have spoken about the development in Annex 17 and the threat to civil aviation. That's why the AFSEC panel, in order to take the comprehensive task, created the working groups, as it's shown in the slide. So many AFSEC panel members and rapporteurs and members of those groups are here in this room, and they are present today. So I would like to recognize their effort and contribution made by this group in the development of AFSEC. So your efforts are very much appreciated. Next. Speaking about legacy, it is very important to recognize the contribution made by each member of the AFSEC family during the last 50 years. So many of them, their photo is not shown in the slide, but they contributed over the last 50 years to building the AFSEC legacy. So please join me in recognizing their effort, and they all deserve a big round of applause. Next.
As a specialized agency of the United Nations, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO,
develops standards and recommended practices, SARPs, for the safe, secure, sustainable, and orderly development of international civil aviation.
ICAO was created by the Convention on International Civil Aviation, signed in Chicago in 1944.
Also known as the Chicago Convention, which is celebrating its 80th anniversary in 2024.
This year, we are also celebrating the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the Annex 17 to the Chicago Convention, Aviation Security.
Adopted by the ICAO Council in 1974, and which is now in its 12th edition and incorporates the 18th Amendment.
Annex 17 is of critical importance to the security of civil aviation and the international community at large.
To prevent acts of unlawful interference against civil aviation and to protect passengers, crews, aircraft, and airports.
The Aviation Security Panel of Experts was established in 1987 to help develop and maintain standards and recommended practices of Annex 17.
And provide technical advice and support to the ICAO Council and the Aviation Security Committee.
The tremendous work accomplished by the Aviation Security Panel over the years
in relation to the prevention of acts of unlawful interference is further also recognized this year.
The AVSEC panel comprises of 33 experts nominated by states among the 193 member states of ICAO, who serve as panel members.
The AVSEC panel also benefits from expertise of observers from states, international and regional organizations.
Other UN specialized agencies and industry associations that all contribute to the panel's work.
The AVSEC panel develops and reviews aviation security SARPs of Annex 17, procedures, guidance material, technical requirements,
and also identifies and examines new and emerging threats to safeguard civil aviation against acts of unlawful interference.
In civil aviation, threats continuously evolve and new threats appear. Therefore, the AVSEC panel pledges to carry out its meticulous work in the future.
Together, we can safeguard our skies and continue to work for a more secure civil aviation.
This video filmed in Abu Dhabi last January during the ICAO Intersessional Meeting of AVSEC panel, celebrating the 50th year of the ICAO Annex 17. AFSEC panel members and ICAO Secretariat who were presented in that meeting participating in this video. With this, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Thank you. Thank you, Ahmad, and thank you for laying the groundwork, taking us back, and we appreciate the work done by the AFSEC panel. Now I'll hand over to Mateus to give us his perspective about what legacy we have and maybe a brief introduction of himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here together with a great panel of experts. When we're talking about the legacy, I have not only the perspective of the regulator, which I am right now, but also the perspective of the aviation lawyer, because I'm working as a chief of legal for almost 7 years for the flag carrier of Poland, Lot Polish Airlines. So the best answer about the legacy, about the ICAO and the Annex 17, is that the safety is a backbone of our industry. I think that the slogan that aviation is the safest means of transport in the world means that we as an aviation community did tremendous work since 1974, when the Annex 17 to the Chicago Convention came into force, and we trying to amend it because of observation of the changing world. As you may aware, we changed this document 18 times, so the first version was only 11 pages. The current release has 66 pages, which means that we are still observe, we analyze, and we're trying to be in line not only with our expectation of the aviation, but also for the expectation of our passengers, and the slogan that the aviation is the safest means of transport in the world. As you told, last week we celebrated 18th anniversary of Chicago Convention. In Chicago, so when we're talking about the legacy, we shouldn't forget about the future. So the legacy is not only what we already done, but also what we should do in the nearest future, just to be in line with the expectation of our passenger, which is, as security, the backbone of our aviation and our business.
Thank you, Mateus. I think your intervention brings the fact that you don't have to be a security practitioner to appreciate the legacy of aviation security, Annex 17. Thank you. And let's hear from Dionisio. What would be your view?
Muy buenas tardes, Lubullo. Muchísimas gracias por permitirnos estar aquí en este panel a la OASI, y agradecemos sincera y profundamente la recepción y las finas atenciones que ha tenido para con nosotros en su totalidad, y muy en especial con la República Dominicana, el Sultanato de Omán. Siguiendo con la entrevista, queremos decir que el legado viene a significar lo que es una impronta, lo que se deja, lo que se ha podido completar. Y en ese sentido, todos sabemos lo que es la aviación civil y lo que representa para el mundo. En esta mañana estuvo hablando el ministro de Transporte de Singapur, el señor Bernard Lin, y hablaba de las cantidades astronómicas vinculantes al sector de la aviación civil. hablaba de que en el 25 iba a haber moviéndose unas 12.000 millones de personas, que en la aviación civil se generan 87 millones de empleados, la necesidad de 700.000 tripulantes, y vemos la importancia extraordinaria de esta actividad. Esta actividad es motor de desarrollo económico, de conectividad de la persona, de los pueblos, la transculturización, el impacto social, etcétera, etcétera. Y surgida la Organización de Aviación Civil apenas más o menos 40 años después de haber surgido la aviación civil, y a partir de ahí experimentar un desarrollo, crear unidades a lo interno, crear documentos, etcétera, etcétera. Entendemos que su legado es el ordenamiento a este sector, a este importante sector de la aviación civil, mediante la regulación, la creación de instrumentos jurídicos a fin de hacerlo más eficiente, más eficaz, y en ese sentido hemos podido ver que ese es el legado o la impronta de la Organización de Aviación Civil Internacional. Y también con respecto a los 50 años de OASI, se creó la misma Organización de Aviación Civil, pone este anexo 30 años después de haberse creado, en el 1944, en plena Segunda Guerra Mundial. Este anexo, que como bien nos dijo Jamás, tiene que modificarse y tiene que ir enmendándose en virtud de que el perpetrador o el delincuente siempre procura buscar las vulnerabilidades y también los fallos en el sistema de aviación civil y fundamentalmente en la seguridad. Entonces es como una especie de juego entre el gato y el ratón. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Dionisio. That's also good to understand from your perspective as well. And now I'll hand over to Jose to hear what your perspectives are. Thank you.
Gracias. Para entender un poco el legado que tiene la OASI y dejó en el tema de la seguridad de la aviación, creo que hay que analizar y debemos de aprender del pasado. Solo aprendiendo del pasado podemos visualizar un futuro mejor. La celebración de los 80 años de la OASI y el 50 aniversario del anexo 17 de seguridad representan hitos significativos en la evolución de la aviación civil internacional. Estos eventos, además de marcar importantes logros en el pasado, ofrecen una valiosa perspectiva hacia el futuro, especialmente en los términos de seguridad, en la evolución tecnológica en el sector aéreo. La OASI desde 1944 ha sido un punto clave en la creación y adopción de normas internacionales que rigen la aviación civil en todo el mundo. Asimismo, la OASI ha sido un foro central de cooperación internacional, ayudándonos a crear un marco normativo para la expansión de la aviación con estándares que de alguna manera u otra garantizan la seguridad, la eficiencia y la regularidad de la aviación. Por otro lado, el anexo 17 de seguridad de la OASI ha sido esencial para la creación de directrices que guían a los estados en la prevención de actos de interferencia ilícita en la aviación civil. A través de esa implementación de estas normativas, la aviación comercial ha alcanzado niveles sin precedentes en materia de seguridad. Ahora bien, con los avances tecnológicos de hoy en día, como son la aviación autónoma, la inteligencia artificial, el Big Data, el futuro de la aviación exige una adaptación constante de esas normas, tanto de la OASI como de sus anexos. Estos avances ofrecen oportunidades para mejorar la seguridad y la eficiencia de los vuelos, pero también representan nuevos retos en términos de regulación y de control. Con el crecimiento de uso de sistemas informáticos y redes, gestionar para los vuelos, la seguridad aeroportuaria y otras actividades tecnológicas en la aviación, la ciberseguridad se han convertido en una prioridad crítica. La OASI ya ha comenzado a establecer diferentes directrices para proteger lo que son las infraestructuras críticas en el sistema de la aviación. Ahora bien, el futuro de la aviación no solo se enfrenta a retos tecnológicos, sino también geopolíticos y sociales. Las tensiones internacionales, los cambios en las relaciones comerciales del mundo y los nuevos tipos de amenazas requieren una cooperación constante entre las naciones. El impacto de la OASI y del anexo 17 ha sido profundo en la creación de un sistema de aviación global interconectado. Y de ahí la importancia de la cooperación entre los gobiernos, los organismos internacionales y las partes privadas de la aviación, a fin de lograr unos avances en la seguridad y su eficiencia. A medida que el sector de la aviación continúa evolucionando, estos nuevos desafíos nos enfrentan a tener que buscar soluciones eficaces a los mismos. En el 80 aniversario de la OASI y en el 50 aniversario del anexo 17, ofrecen una oportunidad invaluable para reflexionar sobre cómo la aviación ha llegado a ser lo que es hoy en día y cómo debe de adaptarse a los nuevos desafíos. Estos logros nos recuerdan la importancia de la cooperación internacional, la innovación tecnológica y la capacidad de adaptación para garantizar un futuro cada vez más seguro en la aviación. Mirar hacia el futuro con estas perspectivas nos brindan las herramientas necesarias para afrontar lo que está por venir y asegurar que la aviación siga siendo un motor del desarrollo global y la conexión entre las diferentes naciones.
Jose, I'll hear from Christina.
Do you hear me? Okay. Excellencies, esteemed representative of the aviation sector, colleagues from the panel, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to express my deep appreciation and my special thanks to the host state representative from the Sultanate of Oman for the great organization, and together with the Secretariat, they did a great job to organize this event. It's an amazing honor to be here, and thank you for having me. I will speak today in my quality of the member of ICAO Consultative Group, which is a small group of council members engaged with ICAO Secretariat for guidance in developing the strategic plans, which includes also the aspect of aviation security. And I prepared a presentation that I would like to show it to you. Shall I go to the desk? Thank you. Aviation should be more proactive to meet the new challenges. So we can mention that ICAO has been proactive as always, and one of the main actions in this direction was the developing of the long-term strategic plan to 2050, which shapes the future of aviation and reflects our highest aspirations and determination to achieve them. To guide them, the member states, industry, and ICAO in their efforts to enhance aviation in a safe, secure, and efficient manner in a more complex and denser global air transport network. It is envisaged that in 2050, our passenger traffic will increase by 2.7 times to 12.4 billion versus 4.6 billion that we have today in 2024. It's possible to have the presentation on the screen, please. Thank you. So this plan that we are discussing, it's intended to be periodically revised every 6 years in order to be adapted to the new realities. Long-term strategic plan reflects the organization's long-term aspiration to achieve bold strategic goals for the orderly growth of international aviation. And in connection with the topic of the panel today, I would like to emphasize strategic goal A, every flight is safe and secure, in line with ICAO vision, a safe, secure, and sustainable international civil aviation system that connects the world for the benefit of all nations and people. And we have this strategic goal, every flight is safe and secure, with a goal of 0 fatalities in international aviation from accidents and acts of unlawful interference. We could set this goal building on our remarkable safety and security levels in aviation. What I could mention is that it's the first time that safety and security are treated together under the same strategic goal, holistically, due to their interdependencies and the fact that they work hand in hand, even starting from the definition of acts of unlawful interference from Annex 17, security safeguarding international civil aviation against acts of unlawful interference, being acts as attempting acts such as to jeopardize the civil aviation safety. Sometimes security impacts safety, and we could exemplify as most recently about GNSS interference that we have under attention right now. That's why it's paramount to maintain the safety and security of our flights. We have the description of the strategic goals in the right-hand side of the table. To ensure continuous protection for air passengers and cargo, the general public and staff from all safety risks and from security threats posed by any acts of unlawful interference. But setting goals is not enough. We are determined to achieve them. So in order to do those, long-term strategic plan will be implemented by triennial business plan and operating plan, which outlines the mid-term activities measured by key performance indicator and associated targets for a programmatic approach, results-based management. During the last session of the Council, we approved the matrix of the business plan for 2026-2028, which is a backbone of the document, and during the next Council session, we'll address the narrative. And I would like to show you an extract of the matrix for the security and safety goal A in the summary to have an overall picture. I will not enter into details. But I wanted to mention, to emphasize that ICAO is monitoring achievements of the strategical goal, and we are committed to reach them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christina, and thank you for emphasizing that we need to make sure we achieve this. And lastly, Sonia.
Thank you very much. I'm the last speaking, and it's very hard not to repeat, so I will perhaps try to be short for once. I would just say that for the first part is even if in Chicago Convention there is no direct mention of aviation security, for me the spirit is there, and I'm sure that in the colleagues in the AFSEC panel, some will remind the fact that too hard and the principles of what aviation security is trying to maintain is really in the spirit of the Chicago Convention. For the Annex 17, I will be just sharing my personal opinion, my personal experience with Annex 17. I'm coming from the States where, in fact, we have different layers of regulation, and if Annex 17 is not the main tool used every day to work on aviation security. But in fact, when I joined the aviation security panel, when I look at the ICAO context, I discovered that in fact it's so critical and it's the only framework that we have that we can ensure not only the protection of the flights coming out, which is in fact the basics of ICAO, but also ensuring that the flights coming in are secured in the right way. So in fact, I think that now I can say I'm a true believer in ICAO and in Annex 17. So no doubt that now I'm very happy to be working for ICAO. Many people are saying that Annex 17 might be a little bit too generic, but some also are saying that it's too detailed. I'm taking that it means that it's a right balance, because in fact we need to fit every single state system and allowing industry to move. If I'm trying to look into the future and to answer one of your two or third question, Mr. Moderator, I would say that for now, when there are new innovation in the aviation sector, currently I see how it can fit in the framework of Annex 17. So for me, we need to have a framework that is allowing for innovation, not to revamp the framework because of it. And if I'm making a bridge of what we just said, in fact, we have this bridge with safety in the context of aviation safety. And in fact, this is something that if we spend our time to know if something is safety or security, we may not spend our time to protect civil aviation. So in fact, this is kind of the next step. If there is an area where security was the main task for security personnel or for security staff, now there is a time where we need to think a little bit and to provide security expertise also on the other part of aviation while keeping the specificities of aviation security. And I would just take someone that is in the room was telling me that aviation security is like a life insurance. You don't like it, it's costing a lot, but the day that you need it, you hope that you have one. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, what I can gather, if you've noticed, most of the presentation revolved around Annex 17 and the changes in Annex 17. I don't know if you'll agree with me then that when I say, I believe from what I've heard, the legacy that we're leaving behind is that we have been responsible. And I try to understand what responsible means. Responsible is the ability to respond. And if you take the genesis of Annex 17, it was a response to incidents that were happening around the late 60s. If you take the amendments that have happened, that have been done to Annex 17 since then, I think you said it was 18, they've all been a response to incidents that have happened. And that ability to respond that we've shown is what has protected us from having further incidents. So I think we can give ourselves a pat on the back in saying that we have been able to respond through the instruments that we have as the ICAO family. My question then to the panel, which they will answer in 1 minute each, I don't have much time, is how going forward, they've started answering that, going forward, how do we take it forward from just being responsive? What else can we do? But before we do that, maybe Hamad, you want to talk to what are the challenges that we face now in 2025? In 1 minute.
It's very difficult to say it in 1 minute. However, I'll do my best. I will not call it challenges. It can be challenges. It can be opportunities. However, as all of you are aware, that the 42nd session of the ICAO Assembly will held in September 2025. So in order to prepare ourselves as an AFSEC panel, the AFSEC panel in the next 36th meeting in April next year will address the importance of the Assembly. So this is one of the aspects which we can, as an AFSEC panel, to identify the area which we need to put the efforts and resources to address the importance of aviation security.
Thank you. And now, Mateus, what areas are these? What should we focus on going forward to make sure that we leave a better legacy going forward?
Well, as I thought, it is not a discussion about what we already achieved and what we've done, but we have to focus. First of all, we have to invest significant amount of money to better protect the industry on the one hand. On the second hand, we have to observe and analyze the current world, because we are living in very tough and very interesting times, but the current world is still challenging aviation industry. So if we are still keeping our goal to make aviation the safest means of transport, and we invest enough money in the security, we use the technologies. I mean, we don't forget about our legacy, and we can see in front of us the bright future of the aviation, the safe aviation.
Thank you, Mateus. And Christina, what would you say? And talking to, I think Mateus has started talking to innovation as well. What do you think is that important going forward?
I think innovation is key in meeting tomorrow's expectations of aviation security and safety, and it's a high priority enabled actually in the long-term strategic plan to successfully achieve the strategic goals that we set. It comes in the form of new technology or optimizing the existing ones in response to the new and evolving threats. But the importance of innovation spans not only in this aspect of aviation, but in all the aspects in improving the passenger experience, from aircraft design to the operational efficiencies and improvements. And we should use it to proactive identify threats and mitigate them, and to integrate the emerging technologies and embracing digital innovative solutions in a holistic approach, in a comprehensive security concepts. And we should look for the future and to be proactive and to establish partnerships, because aviation is a global community by definition. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Jose, now Christina has spoken to partnerships. As the global community, what can we do? Maybe if you can focus on bringing the passenger to the core of what we do, please.
Sí, definitivamente creo que debemos de pensar siempre en el pasajero, ¿no? A veces hacemos procedimientos para proteger la industria y no nos damos cuenta que el fin común o el último es el pasajero. A él es al que estamos dedicados a proteger. Y tomando un poco de la información que mencionaba Cristina, debemos de crear procedimientos que le hagan la vida más fácil y sencilla y una sensación de bienestar del pasajero cuando está haciendo su tránsito por el aeropuerto. sin que esto descuide, por supuesto, las que son las medidas de seguridad. Hay medidas de seguridad que se pueden seguir aplicando a través de la innovación, que van a permitir que el pasajero se sienta más confortable, pero que existan medidas de seguridad que se están aplicando, algunas de ellas pudiésemos decir que hasta de manera invisible, pero se están aplicando. Por ello es importante el concepto de la innovación, de la coordinación y la cooperación, ya que si hablamos de los anexos de la OASI, de los 19 anexos de la OASI, creo, sin equivocarme, que el anexo 17 y el anexo 9, esos dos anexos son donde necesitan mayor participación y coordinación con una cantidad de entes que no son específicamente la autoridad aeronáutica. Tenemos una cantidad de entes gubernamentales dentro de los estados, a nivel regional y a nivel internacional. Y hay importancia la coordinación para que esa experiencia del pasajero, cuando se encuentre haciendo un viaje, sea confortable, pero que nunca se descuide la seguridad.
Thank you, Jose. And Dionisio, I know that for the Dominican Republic, the passengers are very important. It's about tourism. Do you have anything to say in what we can do going forward to make sure that we enhance their experience?
Bien, con relación a la experiencia y los pasajeros en República Dominicana, como usted bien menciona, tienen una importancia extraordinaria porque nuestra condición insular indica o compele al país para que el 97% de las personas que entran y salen a la República Dominicana lo hacen por vía aérea. El 3% restante lo hacen vía terrestre y vía marítima. Con relación al pasajero, siempre se va a tomar como centro y en virtud a ellos se debe trabajar. Y al trabajarlo es brindarle una experiencia más placentera, establecer controles menos invasivos, intrusivos hacia su persona, buscar la manera de cómo bajarle o tener un costo mínimo. Entonces esos elementos se toman en cuenta a la hora de los pasajeros tenerlo pasando por la frontera de República Dominicana. También el turismo es una parte importante en la República Dominicana y la aviación es el medio por el cual ellos llegan hacia nuestro territorio y salen. Siempre tienen un papel importantísimo para la República Dominicana y va a haber que innovar con relación a la medida que se implementen. En el sentido de que cuando usted innova, usted busca es implementar ideas, medidas, tecnología a fin de mejorar ese producto o ese servicio. Y entonces, en cuanto a la seguridad y la protección y asimismo a la facilitación, hay que procurar innovar. Hay que procurar innovar constantemente porque, como dije al principio, el perpetrador siempre vive buscando también fallos en la medida de seguridad del sistema, pero también tenemos que dar facilidades, eliminación de burocracia con relación al proceso de manejo de pasajeros en las terminales aeroportuarias. Gracias.
Thank you, Dionisio. Sonia, Dionisio spoke to innovation. It can be costly. How do we make sure that we don't leave anyone behind as we innovate?
Thank you very much. The quick answer is as we are doing with everything else. So when we're talking about innovation, we can say that it's all for high tech, but in fact you also low tech innovation. It's not because you have money that you have the ideas. So in fact I will say when you have the different kinds of innovation, we first have to have the mindset. Changing is not easy, and in fact accepting changes from others is also not very easy. We are in an interconnected world, and when I'm linking that to aviation security, what I would say is the sharing of information, the coordination, understanding where the different people are coming from, when there is a new technology, to understand what it can do, what it can't do, and being open-minded to see not only the challenges, but also the opportunities created. I would say that letting industry innovate is very hard, especially as regulator, because we also have the oversight and we are giving the accountability that what is there is fitting the security needs. So for me, I would just say that in all experts, we all have a part of the story, and if we are not talking together, it will not work. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think in conclusion, I will say going forward, as I said, we've been responsible, well done, but we need to be proactive going forward. We need to be one step ahead, and we're gonna do that through, as the panel said, analyzing the threat, through make sure that we've got the technology, through innovating, coming up with future-oriented solutions. But as we do all of that, we must coordinate, we must work together, identify opportunities, and remember to put the passenger at the center of what we do. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like you to help me thank the panel for their work, thank the interpreters, thank Philip, and also appreciate the work that is done by the AFSEC panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our moderator, Mr. Luvuyo, and our esteemed panelists for that insightful discussion. We will now proceed with a Sky Talk presentation by our gold sponsor, NUCTEC, titled Innovative Technology, Bringing AVSEC, the Future of Quality and Efficiency. NUCTEC is a leading global supplier of security inspection systems, offering solutions across civil aviation, customs, urban subways, railways, highways, ports, and critical infrastructure. Their products include cargo and vehicle inspection systems, baggage and parcel inspection, personnel screening, explosives and narcotic detection, liquid inspection, and radioactive substances monitoring. Please join me in welcoming our speaker from NUCTEC to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Salam alaikum. I'm Daisy from NUCTEC. Actually, it's my second time being Oman. Last time I was here is 8 years ago, when Muscat Airport was still under construction. I feel so lucky to get the chance to see it completely to such a nice airport. Over these years, both the airport and technology here have developed rapidly. And today, I'd like to share some of our experience and vision using the innovative technology to bring the future of aviation security to quality and efficiency. First of all, I'd like to start with a self-instruction in numbers. NUCTEC was established in Beijing in 1997, arranged from Tsinghua University. We have more than 6,000 patent applications for 300 of our core products, and invest around 10% of revenue into research and development to stay ahead of the technology. These numbers also well presented the key words of NUCTEC, which is innovation. The innovation is never self-centered, but based on our insight into this industry. Always listen, always thinking, always respond to our customers. We always keep following the beautiful vision that traveling with joy and transport as a flow. Following this vision, we won the trust from the market. Till now, NUCTEC has supplied over 10,000 sets of equipment to airports over 100 countries. Following this vision, with today's presentation, I will go through 3 important sectors in aviation security to share our thinking and experience in efficiency, quality, and innovation. Let's start with a checkpoint. This is a smart checkpoint solution for today, containing the smart e-gate, body scanner, ATRS, CT, and matrix. Passengers now are enjoying a real seamless security check in today's smart checkpoint. Most passengers just need to put their bag and walk through the check area, and it's done. Total effortless. The high tech also benefits the security teams for less physical work and increase their efficiency. Like this one, to take the laptop out of the bag by just 1 click. Now you can see a 3D print gun behind the laptop. Therefore, passengers can leave their laptops inside the bag to have a joyful travel experience. Meanwhile, we can tailor the ATR's layout with the plug-in models to fit different site conditions. As of now, we have hundreds of smart checkpoint lines operating around the world, helping our customers reach new levels of efficiency. For example, in Istanbul, with just 1 CT scanner combined with our key line system, we reach the inspection compatibility equivalent to 3 traditional X-ray machines. While for Arlanda Airport in Sweden, with our matrix system of centralized image processing, the airport can balance the deployment of both systems and staff between peak time and off-peak time more flexible. In the event of any network failure or emergency, the system can seamlessly switch to a degrade mode, allowing for passenger screening to continue in standalone mode. Ensures business working normally. At Hong Kong International Airport, we supplied about 600 different type screening devices for its total checkpoint. All the equipments are integrated together, allows the clients to oversee the entire process through a centralized management system, keeping all operations in view. The throughput is almost doubled than the previous length. Meanwhile, we customize the outlook of all machines to fit the airport's decoration. Plus, by integrating all our tech in one smart, unified setup, we are not just checking bags, we are making a statement. The checkpoint becomes a place that reflects the modern, efficient, and secure image of the airport, which should fit their own culture, building and design language. For example, a modern Arabic style. We are happy to tailor-make the solution for the airports, and we are always open to cooperate with different vendors to realize the airport's vision. Well, the concern for hold baggage is different. The high-speed CT and the 3-level screening have already speeded up the process. We care more on how to improve the quality. To give the passengers a better check-in experience, the self-service system will be the first step. We also developed the most cutting-edge technology to achieve the non-rotating country CT with industry's largest tunnel, 1 meter by 1 meter, smallest size, and at the same time has no vibration comparing to the rotating CT. These features make it the best choice for hold baggage screening upgrading, not only because of the space saving and no vibration. Its 1 meter by 1 meter tunnel allows both engage and OOG bags to screen them with the same machine and, most importantly, same level of security standards. It also supports to run parallel algorithms. This static CT technology is also leading the field winning multiple technical and innovative application awards. We have already delivered solutions to plenty air hubs around the world, for instance, Zurich Airport in Europe. We provide both rotating and static CTs, X-rays, and remote workstations. Additionally, we implement our metric system on the airport's virtual server environment to support our client to manage multiple airport information systems totally under their supervision. While for Hong Kong International Airport, which is expected to handle an annual throughput of 120 million passengers by 2024, across the 2 terminals, static CT will be installed to cover the entire airport engage and OOG bag screening. It will be supported by NUCTEC's brand new platform to enhance operational efficiency. Up to now, we have supplied those hold baggage CT scanners to top airports all around the world, and we are making every effort to ensure our customers enjoying the quality. So, what about the cargo screening like pallet and ULD? Especially here, as the airports in this region will act as mail transfer hubs to reach any points of the world. Cargo screening needs a modern and more efficient way, but the challenges are quite different. Usually, large tunnel X-ray are used. The overlapping 2D image is hard to identify, or we can break the bark into small pieces and screen them one by one with small tunnel X-ray machines. But it is time-consuming, labor costing, and taking additional space. To tackle this, we innovatively applied CT technology into consolidated ULD screening, creating the world's first air cargo CT inspection solution, C-Titan. It provides full 3D image of the whole ULD and pallet, automatically detects explosives and lithium batteries. The tunnel size can cover 95% of the air cargo, which can handle 20 to 25 ULD per hour, no break or re-bag process needed. Under CAA's supervision and guidance, we started the lab test of C-Titan since 2019 and deployed in Shenzhen Bao'an International Airport for field qualification since 2022. During the 2-year on-site trial, it is found that to check a normal 747 cargo plane with 100-ton cargo, we need only 70 minutes. This solution excels in enhancing the efficiency and the security and will totally change the air cargo screening concepts. Therefore, in this year, CAAC has issued the world's first technical standard for CT explosive detection systems in air cargo containers. We are in the way to empower higher standards by technical innovation. Apart from the ULDs, the CT scanner can be a solution to connect with the logistics line for small goods handling, or a more innovative idea to use a static CT system with a speed up to 1 meters per second and an even larger tunnel size to handle the growing needs and size of goods to let them transport as a flow. Finally, our inventory picture is to provide a unified platform which supports to integrate different airport systems. It is comprehensive, flexible, and open to benefits the airport and support them to manage everything, everyone, all at once. such as a tailor-made global view of the airport, the quality control of machines, staff, algorithm, the real-time operation and maintenance, monitoring, and the computer-based training. And that's more. To use AI technology to power screening ability to let the machine know more and find more. NUCTEC started using AI in high-speed city almost 10 years ago and launched a dedicated R&D department for AI technology application in 2017. Up to now, we have over 3,000 taxi machines with AI in operation and more than 700 CT machines with different AI algorithms running all over the world. The system have tens of millions of image samples and through hundreds of model visions, covering cabin, hold baggage, and cargo in both X-rays and CT. We are also highly involved in lab and field tests such as EPIDS and CAAC. Also, we have enriched experience in customized AI algorithms based on clients' different requirements. We've started such projects since 2015 and developed over 50 categories, threats, taxable, and prohibited items. Here's one case analysis of our customized algorithm, a little competition between senior staff, junior staff, and the AI. Compared to our staff, the AI plays well in both detection and false alarm, while it excels in decisions time, but with much more shorter training. Now, we are on our way to the new generation of AI. Just a few days ago, at the WCO Technology Conference, we launched the first AI large mode, NukeMind, which will empower greater intelligence about devices and systems. It will soon also be applied in Aviation. As the city is able to provide times more data than X-rays, its potential capability for AI are much more promising. Let's get ready for the surprises that generative AI might bring to the industry. Lastly, as a passenger myself, I truly hope to have a safer, smarter, and more joyful travel experience. And as a solution provider, we will never stop our innovative steps, develop and deliver our technology all over the world to bring aviation security a future of efficiency and quality to have a shared, safer world. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our speaker from NUCTEC for that enlightening presentation on innovative technologies shaping the future of aviation security. Ladies and gentlemen, we've done some rearranging to the schedule. We have one more presentation, and so we will go ahead with it since it's only going to take a few minutes before we go off into our coffee breaks and end the day. So we'll have the presentation to begin with. Our speaker for this presentation is Mr. Silva Lefoyer, Deputy Director of Aviation Security and Facilitation at the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. Since 2017, Mr. Silva has led ICAO's efforts in developing aviation security policies, standards, and recommended practices. With over 25 years of experience in transport safety and security, he has been instrumental in advancing global aviation security initiatives. Mr. Silva will discuss the collaborative process involving experts and states in drafting the Muscat Declaration, and he will provide insights into its key content. The ICAO Secretary General will also give a presentation on the draft Muscat Declaration to ministers on the third day of this conference. So he is aiming to garner political support ahead of the assembly. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Silva to the stage to give the presentation on the draft Muscat Declaration. Please let's give him a warm welcome.
Thank you very much, Aura. My name is not easy to pronounce. Le Foyer is quite challenging for some languages. I will not deliver a presentation on the draft declaration that will be discussed by the ministers on Wednesday. The Secretary General of ICAO will do the presentation. We are a little bit behind schedule, so I was just here to apologize because you will be frustrated that I don't do this presentation. But you will have the time to go to the ICAO website for the conference, where the last version of the declaration has been posted in 6 ICAO languages, so you can have time to review that. It's very short, 2 pages, 1.5 page actually, and you will see, you will be presented the process by which this declaration has been drafted, consulted with the Cybersecurity panel, the Aviation Security panel, the ICAO Council, and the consultation of states before being presented to this conference. So I will stop here and leave the place for ICAO Secretary General to do the closing of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Silva, for sharing some words. As we approach the conclusion of today's program, it is my honor to invite Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar, Secretary General of the International Civil Aviation Organization, to deliver the closing remarks. Mr. Salazar was first appointed by ICAO's Secretary General in August 2021, with his term renewed for a second consecutive 3-year period beginning in August 2024. With over 30 years in international civil aviation, he has held leadership roles such as Director General of Aeronautica Civil of Colombia and Senior Advisor to the UAE General Civil Aviation Authority. A lawyer by profession, Mr. Salazar holds advanced degrees from Harvard University, Master in Public Administration, and McGill University, Master in Air and Space Law. He is fluent in Spanish, English, and French, and has a basic proficiency in Arabic. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Talking about my basic proficiency in Arabic. Excellencies, Administrator Pekoski, and Directors of Civil Aviation, colleagues, all, as we conclude this first day of the ICAO Security Week, I wish to join the President of the Council in expressing our appreciation to the Sultanate of Oman for the generosity in providing such a conducive setting for our important discussions. I am also grateful to each and every one of you for your engagement here, especially to the members of the distinguished panels and guest speakers today. Certainly, we heard today world-leading experts address the critical challenge of sustainable aviation security, both for today but also for tomorrow. Achieving this is of fundamental importance to all of us. Throughout this week, you will engage with vital topics ranging from crisis management to closing the gender gap in aviation security, the latter a priority that is very close to our hearts. The diversity of our agenda reflects the adaptability required to reduce risks to your states, to the industry, and to our own organizations. Your engaged participation and collaborative spirit here will ensure we leave Oman with a clear direction, both for our individual efforts and our collective mission to secure civil aviation's future. I am already impressed by the depth of the experience that has been shared today and that is represented among us. We have registered the participation of over 76 states and 5 international and regional organizations, which furthermore demonstrates the breadth of our shared commitment to aviation security, commitment that will be further strengthened on Wednesday through the expected endorsement of the Muscat Declaration. On the occasion of the 50th anniversary of Annex 17, I invite you to join us in reflecting on aviation security's remarkable progress over the past 50 years. However, we must remain vigilant. Today's evolving threats pose complex challenges to both states and industry. I am confident that through international cooperation and continued collaboration between industry and states, as we have repeatedly heard from the different panelists, at the national, regional, and global levels, then we can stay ahead of these threats and safeguard our air transport system. In doing so, we will also safeguard the sustainable growth of civil aviation. As we gather here today, in a world vastly different from 80 years ago when ICAO was established, let me assure you that ICAO will continue to evolve alongside states and organizations supporting you in meeting the challenges ahead. In closing, let me express my confidence that we will celebrate significant achievement by the end of this week, and in the meantime, I look forward to seeing many of you at tonight's gala dinner and throughout the ICAO Security Week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Salazar, for your closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the first day of the ICAO Security Week 2024, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all our speakers, to our moderators, our panelists, and participants for your valuable contributions. This evening, we look forward to welcoming many of you to the gala dinner. For those who are staying in the hotels that have been listed on the Civil Aviation Authority website or the ICAO website, I have the times that the buses that have been arranged for you are departing. Beginning with Holiday Inn Muscat, your bus is departing at 6 p.m. If you're staying at Novotel Muscat, it's at 6:15 p.m. For Crown Plaza Muscat, it's at 5:45 p.m. For Ibis Muscat, it's at 6 p.m. For Kempinski Muscat, it's at 6:10 p.m. For Misk Muscat, it's at 6:15 p.m. For Hermes Grand, it's at 6:10 p.m. For Novotel Muscat, it's at 6:20 p.m. For Movenpick Hotel and Apartments, it's at 6:10 p.m. as well. For Crown Plaza Muscat OCEC, it's at 6:15 p.m. And for JW Marriott Hotel Muscat, it's at 6:15 p.m. If you missed anything, I'll be standing here over the next 5 minutes, and I can repeat the timing for you. If you do have a headset with you for the interpretation headsets, please leave them at your desk or wherever you're seated, and they will be collected on your behalf. A reminder, tomorrow's sessions will be held across 4 different halls. Interpretation services will be available only in this hall, the Muscat Hall, as well as the Salala Hall. We will pause briefly after each session to allow time for movement between halls. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our sponsors once again, the strategic partner, Ministry of Heritage and Tourism, the gold sponsors, NUCTEC and Security Port, the silver sponsor, Anka, the bronze sponsor, Salam Air. Your support has been instrumental in making this conference possible. We will reconvene tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. and until then, have a wonderful evening, enjoy the gala dinner, and thank you once again for your participation. Thank you.